Yeah, I was actually just listening to something Grace sent me. Civil War, Europe at Risk. It's a seminar hosted with Marion Marichal featuring Professor David Betts, Dr. Ralph Schollenhammer. I can't pronounce these
Uh,
names.
German?
Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
He sent it to me. I'll have to send it to you. See what you think. Emmanuel, how's it going?
Hello, GM. Yeah, yeah, it's been a bit of a crazy week.
Yeah, you've been sending me all kinds of stuff, gearing up for the battle
Yeah,
ahead, huh?
yeah, yeah. I remember just, just it's kind of coming back to me that last week when I was speaking to Syke, and I was sort of raising the point that the top two issues that we have as South Africans is probably unemployment, and then number two, right behind it, would be the issue of immigration. And I suppose it's kind of difficult for people to fathom that you could have an African country complaining about immigration.
Right.
Because one would think that of all the places on the planet that would have a net emigration would be Africa, but internally you have different hotspots, and it's not like just because you know quite a lot of people going seemingly, well, uh, seemingly a lot of people are going over to your Spain, Italy, Greece, and you name it. France is taking quite a lot of people, and yet internally within Africa we have a lot of this same sort of movement, and a lot of it caused by basically the same sorts of factors, same kinds of factors, but obviously, um, yeah. So it's
Wait,
concentrated because
when
there
you
are only
say,
so many good
Emmanuel, when
countries
you say
in Africa.
caused by the same factors, what are you talking about? Are you talking about women in
As in
leadership?
like, no, as in war, famine, uh, uh, economic, you know, migration.
So you're
Um,
talking about the external reasons why people are migrating.
I'm
Um,
basically saying the same sorts of reasons for which people leave, say, West Africa to go to the UK are practically the same reasons for which people leave West Africa to come to South Africa.
okay.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I saw that clip about I sent it to you about the dude talking about the bodies burning and places people are freeing and invading your country. Right.
yeah, there's a whole lot of stuff going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, so um, but the vast majority of it is economic migration. So it's for economic reasons, and that's evidenced by the fact that a lot of them go back for holidays. So, say for
Right.
example, now with Easter, quite a lot of people have been caught in transition from South Africa to particularly to your Zimbabweans, and I suppose that's like a gateway to the rest of Africa. Zimbabwe, particularly Zimbabwe and Mozambique. However, I know internally there've been some raids in Swaziland and a few other countries. Yeah, so uh, yeah,
So
it's.
why would
I guess what's
somebody
been
flee?
quite shocking is how.
Why would
Yep,
somebody flee their country to go to your
yeah.
country and then go back to their country on fucking holiday?
Well, because they're here for economic reasons. So it's not that they're fleeing. It's more like they are
Moving so they
seeking,
can work.
yeah, looking for better economic opportunities.
Kind of like
So
how the Mexicans come up here and then work and then send their money back home. Yeah, my friend. Kelly was telling me that something like that kind of stuff is responsible for like 40% of Mexicans' GDP. Like,
Yeah, 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 yeah.
that's crazy
So,
amount.
yeah, can't remember where I was. Oh man, I think I seen on an episode of the Lotus Eaters. They're talking about the basically the um conducting some sort of analysis um of the net benefits of having immigrants in the UK. And one of the points they were raising was the issue of how much money is sent out of the UK. It was like some crazy amount. Yeah, so that's a huge issue. And never mind that we have the particular issue because we have such a high unemployment rate in South Africa, like the highest in the world. Um, Now, what that does is that it comes with certain social ills. You know, you have your crime, you have your disintegration of the nuclear family. So people are not forming families, and not for quite the same reasons that you have in the West. Of course, feminism has had its impact aside and all these other things, but I would say that the composition of the factors is not quite the same. The weight of each of the factors are not quite similar to the West. It's much more of an economic reason this time. So you have, for example, you have the phenomenon of people coming from the rest of Africa essentially and coming to South Africa for better economic opportunities, under essentially undermining the what would have been the standard wages for whatever job you considering, and essentially you have quite a significant slave class that's emerged in South Africa. So there's now, well, not now. There's always been resistance. South Africa is quite an insular country, and um, as friendly and as accommodating as South Africans are, there's a sense of like, okay, come visit, do your business, and then leave. You know, or if you're going to stay, you have to be someone like that's elite in terms of their contribution to society. So you shouldn't be someone who just comes and sells shoes on the side of the road, you know, or sells t-shirts on the side of the road. That's not skilled work. That's something that South Africans could do, you know.
Right.
If you shouldn't be someone who comes in and does, I don't know, landscaping or you name it, because it's the stuff that South Africans could do, right?
Right.
So you have this toxic mix of high unemployment and high illegal immigration, which is fermenting a situation of essentially a powder cake that's ready to blow. It's blown before. Um, I remember back in 2008, it was. Um, there was like sort of like uh, outburst of violence throughout the country, and immigrants are being targeted. And this was coming from frustration at the time, and yet um, there's been relative peace since then. But with the uh, unemployment is much higher now than what it was back then, right? And illegal immigration is much higher now than what it was back then. So it's sort of like been a thing of people sort of like biting their tongue, and now it's sort of coming to a head with all of the nonsense that's going on in the country and the decay that people are seeing. Obviously, a portion of that is can be attributed to the state of the country as a whole, as of the economy as a whole. However, when people look to the left and the right and they see, okay, look, I understand that the economy is not working, but why is my place where I live right here, why is that turning into a slum? It's very difficult to directly put that at the feet of government. Whereas you could then look at the next person who's like an illegal foreigner and how they're contributing to the booming of slums in South Africa, and yeah, and the crime obviously that's associated with it, and cars being hijacked and smuggled across the border into Mozambique or whatever the country you name it. You have human trafficking, which wasn't a thing back in the day, and now it's like a whole issue now. You have all sorts of crimes that have come about, and you can sort of track it with the influx of illegal immigrants. And yeah, so it's become quite the issue, quite the hot topic. Earlier this week, we had on Monday we had the protests that were happening in the Eastern Cape in East London, um, and basically just to give you background. I think I sent you messages, but
Yeah. I need a
the
refresher.
background is yeah, the background is basically uh, Nigerians sort of had this coronation ceremony for
Yeah.
what they're calling a leader, but if you look at what was written on their, posts and all that stuff, and even the term they use, it means king of uh, the Igbo, which is a particular tribe in Nigeria. So it's the king of the Igbos in East London, right? And believe it or not, we have our own kings in South Africa.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we have our own tribal kings who obviously have roots deeply like set in this country, like going back centuries. And for you to come and coronate a king, even if it's in name only, is highly disrespectful.
Yeah.
And combined with a lot of the rhetoric coming from a lot of these guys of um, basically mocking South Africans for being lazy and saying that they will take over. Even mocking South Africans, saying that we are taking your girls, sleeping with them, having kids. There will be a Nigerian president within the next few years.
Mm.
And basically the same sorts of things that is happening in the West, and certainly in the UK and France and those sorts of places. And the difference is that this is not the first world, and
Right.
secondly, we are all the same race.
Yeah.
So we don't have the white guilt to hold us back. We don't have
Right.
the guilt of having been colonized because we didn't colonize the rest of Africa. So
Yeah.
all of that, all of those natural, or let me say, previous or standard rather, uh, 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 sources of inhibition are not there.
Right. Yeah.
So it really is a powder cake. It's like it's yeah, I've never seen Saffrons this angry, and what's scaring me about it is the fact that they haven't reacted. That's what's scary about it, because
Right.
it's
It's like,
like
just
I get
when
the
is
sense
it
that
going to happen?
that's exactly it. I get the sense that once it does, it's going to be huge, and it's not going to be. They won't be able to stop it,
Right.
and out of concern, just this is just human being to human being, right?
Yeah.
There's going to be bloodshed, and people will pretend because this is what they do. People will pretend that it came out of nowhere. That
Right.
that South Africans just woke up one day. This was literally how they tried to frame it. They'll frame it as though South Africans just woke up one day and decided to just kill fellow Africans,
Hmm.
and that won't be the case. This
Yeah.
has been years in making, decades, in fact. So yeah, this is the kind of situation we have. I've been saying, obviously, I've been saying a lot of stuff to you via Discord with the thoughts of having that as maybe material we can discuss. We can
Yeah.
discuss as we talk about this stuff. So I don't know if I can. I'm on my phone here, so I'm not sure if I
Do you
can.
want me to? Because I have all the stuff you sent. Is there anything specific
Yeah,
you want me to pull up?
it's just I sent you quite a lot of stuff, so Perhaps if we can go
Start at
sort of
the
like in
beginning.
chronological order, yeah,
Yeah.
because a lot of this stuff is it's just kind of it's been quite an eye opener seeing how there's been a very like hotly contested discussion over the future of Africa. Obviously, you have all of the people who come from the countries that you wouldn't want to be in. Um, Granted, South Africa is also one of those countries, but I mean, relatively speaking, for Africa's for the African context, right? All of the countries that people want to leave are the ones that are most strongly for open borders, one Africa, let's be united, we're all brothers, we're all the same, right?
Yeah.
But simultaneously, there's this thing of once we get there, we they have this sort of like conquest vibe to everything they do, you
Mm.
know, and South Africans are particularly sensitive to that because obviously with the history of apartheid and our own colonial history, and they sort of have this thing of like because we could do it in the UK, we could do it here. We
Right.
like and like okay, I'll put it this way. You know how in England you can have like their national team have players who have all sorts of surnames, you know, African surnames and names, like where to the point where it's now it's a whole thing. How do you pronounce it? And the English being the English, sort of like trying to tiptoe around. Okay, I didn't say it right. This is the best way I can. I'm not. I can't pronounce. It's not really. And it's like in South Africa, it would be like, what is this person doing representing South Africa?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the sort of sentiment we have. It's sort of like you don't have roots, you don't have South African roots. The fact that you don't even have a South African surname, right, means that you, your wife, and your kids should have left and gone back home.
Right.
So this whole thing of like, we don't have what you call it, birthright citizenship in South Africa. That's just not a thing. So um, so we don't even have the sensibilities, to the we don't have that thing of like, they're here now, let's they should stay. No, it's like go back home.
Yeah.
You know? So yeah, it's a whole discussion that people are having. And mind you, this is another thing I was trying to point out to Sai, because with the guys who are pushing the whole kill the Boer song,
Yeah.
that's the EFF. They're the guys who are most ardently for open borders, or let all of Africa come to South Africa, right?
Yeah.
And just on this issue alone, obviously people have all sorts of other issues with the EFF, but on this issue alone,
Yeah.
they're hemorrhaging voters. Yeah.
I wonder
So it
because
is a huge issue.
they sound very like when I see it, they sound very much like the left leaning, super fucking white man hating. I mean, kill the Boer, right? Like they're
Yeah,
actually
yeah,
verbalizing what all these crazy bitch feminists are thinking. Like kill the white man. Let's open the borders because somebody
yeah.
else will come in and kill him. Like I don't know. It just seems like the same thing that's infecting them here. It looks like it's infecting it over there too. I mean, all these
Uh,
crazy bitches being in government was a terrible idea. They
yeah,
opened all the borders fucking everywhere,
the
every country.
the context is quite different, but the outcome is the same. And um,
Yeah,
yeah, so you have those radicals, and they're losing the little hold they had over whatever fraction of South African society that actually maybe not because this is the sense that I have. I don't think people actually agree with like a lot of the nonsense. They just have one or two um, uh, 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 like non-negotiable issues that they vote on, and so it's a matter of I'm sure there are people who hate white South Africans, right? Given all the context on that stuff, right? Then you have people who have a background of utter poverty, and then they hear the EFF saying, we will nationalize everything. You'll have shares of mines, etc., etc., etc." Typical communist, socialist, pie in the sky ideas. So that's also the pull. Then you have all sorts of other policies that they have that are sort of like freebies, and obviously that's attractive to a country that has people who are mostly, uh, in poverty, like utter poverty, and obviously we have a highly unequal unequal society, and all of that comes together to form, a certain fraction of society that has grievances, rightly or wrongly so, but they have grievances, and they feel that the EFF is their way out. So, and I think it's the desperation for something radical.
Yeah.
I could actually liken it to the Make America Great Again movement, and particularly how it started hitting the right note when it comes to the ostracization of uh, the white male in American society, um, and how they've been vilified. And yeah, so basically it's the same sorts of things, just in the opposite direction. So yeah, that's what you have. Now, with all that said, you have this whole immigration issue, and yeah, I was saying that I'd like to go through some of the things you had on
Yeah,
Discord, because I
I'm
was
pulling
sending you
them up
links,
in
sort of like,
order. Do you want the first?
yeah,
The first one is
yeah.
the
Let's just we can go.
in order. Okay.
'Cause let me see if I can actually hop. I'm gonna try hop out of this stuff and go to our chat. See if I can. Is it still working?
Hmm.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can put the links in the chat too if you want.
Oh yeah. I think when I try to switch to another app, it sort of stops
Okay.
recording my audio. So
Well, because I can
yeah,
put.
1 second. Yeah, I'll just hop out and in. Let me see. Where's the Discord? Uh,
Mhm.
yeah. Let's see. Yeah. There's a video I sent you after this. This would be the one with the lady that had the weave and the
The weave
white
in
what
the
do you call it, the tent.
lashes and the nails, talking about the
Um,
oh, Psych is here.
and the lashes. Yeah,
I'm
that's the one.
sorry, guys. You started already.
Oh yeah, we
Oh
were
yeah.
bored, so we just
How's
started
it, Sai?
early.
Okay. What's up?
Good morning.
Yeah. We're just going over some of the stuff that's happened over the past week. Um, yeah.
We were getting together a
Uh, uh,
presentation for you, Psych.
did you this might be throwing you off a bit, GM. If you could play the lady with the cap, then after
Okay.
that, I believe I sent you the last time I sent you. Let me see 1 second.
I got
Um,
I pretty much got them all pulled up. Everything you sent. I got them on standby.
okay, great. That's all right. Let's see. Let's start with the one with the cap.
The lady. Okay.
Yeah, the
Psych, you know
lady.
what's going on in your country?
Wait, what's going on?
uh,
Share.
I don't know if you saw earlier this week, Si, there were protests in East London, now renamed to Okombo, but yeah, everyone calls it East London now.
Was the protests over the name change?
No, actually, but it was over a coronation ceremony that was held in East London by some Nigerian, I guess some Nigerian guys who congregated of the Igbo tribe, they say it was. And yeah, so there's like a whole backlash to that because obviously I believe East London falls under the Cossacks because they're different clans and different jurisdictions, so to speak, different districts. So I believe East London falls under the Cossack guys. So when these guys came in and essentially coronated a king, um, I mean the nerve to go into someone else's country and declare yourself king, you know, and worse yet, oh yeah.
Sorry, keep going. I
So
was just making it bigger.
I was just saying, worse yet, in a country that has kings, you know, has chiefs and like a whole um, uh, structure, you know. It'd be one thing if they were going to say, I think it's even, yeah, I guess it's the same. It's not necessarily better if they were to do this um, in say like the United States or wherever. It's just highly disrespectful. And what's happened is that in light of this, they've shown a lot of these Nigerians have shared videos of them doing the same thing, say in like Denmark. I believe the other one was in I don't know if it was the UK or if it was somewhere in the States. But they're basically saying that basically accusing South Africans of being like, you know, low IQ, small-minded, you know, unsophisticated Black South Africans that are irate over something that Europeans didn't react to. And it's like maybe the Europeans just maybe not that high in number. Maybe the Europeans just aren't as sensitive as Africans, you know. But who are you to dictate how we should react to people coronating a king in our country? I don't get to come and dictate terms. You're a guest, you're a visitor. You actually you have no right to say anything. If we say jump, you should be asking how high. Go ask leave. Go back home. That's where you can go and dictate who should respect your culture and why we should be understanding of your culture. You can go practice your culture in your homeland. Like that's where no one will give you any pushback. That's your home. Don't come and do your stuff in South Africa. No. Obviously, behind all this stuff, there's also the elements of religion and like African spirituality and all that stuff. So it's tantamount to going to a Muslim country and insisting they allow you to eat pork. So yeah,
I just don't quite understand it so well. Is it that the king was the land that belonged to the coronation of the king? Was that local land, or is it just the title that was being coronated?
Just the title, just the fact that he is exhibiting. You can't have two kings in one land, regardless of how you try to gerrymander the boundaries of your authority. You can't have two kings in one land. And there's a whole, even like just legally speaking, there's a whole process that people have to go through to initiate this whole thing, and that's for South Africans, let alone foreigners. So yeah, it's highly disrespectful. And obviously, this has been, it's sort of like the last straw, that broke the camel's back. So yeah. Yeah, you can play the vid, Gian.
Okay.
So I understand where they're coming from, but that's part of the many concerns that we have about foreign nationals and their behavior in this country, and the fact that they use money to change the way or the perception of who they are. Having money to them has become the core of their existence, and the money that they get, other people don't even care if they're getting it the right or the wrong way, and we're very concerned about that as well.
And you touched on a very important thing, money. When you have a lot of money, you get to have power in most instances. So you're saying the issue here is the power?
It's not the power. It's a government that fails its people. It's a government that doesn't enforce its own laws. Because when we talk about these father shops, for example, that are mushrooming everywhere, what laws are allowing foreigners to own shops? What laws are allowing foreigners to come in and earn 50 rand a week when the minimum wage is 150? The laws are there. We just have a government that doesn't want to enforce them. And foreign nationals are so good at manipulating the system that they'll buy off the police, they'll buy off the officials, they'll buy off even South Africans in their own country. So for us, it's something that's systematic. We're fighting the system as we're here, and it's not going to be an easy fight. We understand that we're fighting government, we're fighting people who are beneficiaries, and we're fighting foreign nationals themselves.
Yeah. What do you wish happens? We are here today, and maybe in the evening we're going to be talking something else. People are going to leave. What then happens the next day when we wake up?
Look, there's no something else that people are going to be talking about, because this is now our new age struggle. We're fighting against foreign nationals in our country because we need to feel like we're South Africans again. Yeah. Because for the longest time, they've used our laws against us. They've used the humanity card against us, that, we're humans too. And they've used the xenophobia card on us so many times. You try and say anything about foreign nationals in the country, and you're labeled as someone that's xenophobic. And unfortunately, that time has come to pass now. We don't care what they call us, really. Xenophobic, Afrophobic, they can cry to the rest of the world. Nobody cares. Right now, it's our turn to tell our stories, and we are a country that's being invaded by foreigners. Right now, it's a fight for our survival, and we're not going to stop fighting, and nobody's going to tell us that foreign nationals are humans. We're also human beings, and we deserve to live and thrive and have access to things in our own country.
Yeah, what she said, the policies are put in place, the government's just not enforcing them. That's happening fucking everywhere. That even happens in my little ecosystem. Well, it's a big ecosystem. There's fucking policies put in place. And I point blank asked the fucking leaders about the policies, and they're like, Our hands are tied. Can't do anything because we have to
Yeah.
be politically correct. I'm like, what the fuck does that mean?
Oh man, there's another video I need to send you. I don't think I sent it to you. Okay. If you could play there's the one of the one man, older white gentleman who was speaking at the same rally. I'm sure Syke will be psyched to see what party he's from.
This guy.
Constitution that makes provision for
Is this your guy, Syke?
I hate actually. So,
Some torture. It's been a while.
we here in solidarity with the traditional leadership of the Eastern Cape, all of the traditional leaders, and also the people of the Eastern Cape. Let me just put up front that Action SA's policy about illegal immigration is very clear. If you're in this country illegally and you do anything illegal, you're going to be sent back home. This is a sovereign nation, it's our nation, we love it, and we're protected by a constitution. Now, there's nowhere in our constitution that makes provision for a Nigerian from the Igbo tribe to come and become coronated as a king of the Eastern Cape. But beyond that, the utterances that were made at that coronation is what really galls us as a party, as Action SA. The utterances were that they're establishing a kingship in the Eastern Cape and a homeland. Now, we have a history of homelands in this province, a painful history of the homeland of the former Ciskei and the former Transkei, where people were moved in there after being expropriated, having their land expropriated. They had limited opportunities. They're still some of the poorest people in our province, and we are not going to tolerate the establishment of another homeland. They went further, though, and they said that they're going to encourage their brothers and sisters in Nigeria, in their hundreds of thousands, to come and establish a homeland in this province. That's not going to happen, because this province is not up for the taking. Here are our traditional leaders behind me. We respect them. There are 5 kingships that are respected by the president, inaugurated and recognized by our president and our constitution. So I want to go further and to say that the embassy of Nigeria said that it was just a customary thing, it wasn't much, and they do it all over the world. It's not true. We have taken great exception to the disrespect and the provocation of this coronation, and we want the Nigerian government to come out strongly against it, and more importantly, we want our government to make an unambiguous statement about their respect and recognition of our existing traditional leaders, and that they will never respect the a kingship belonging to the Igbo nation in the Eastern Cape or in South Africa.
Let's just move back to your parting points.
Can I just point out, Emmanuel, look at this chick cop. Even in the third world, feminism is going strong. Why is she doing man's work?
I wouldn't be surprised if all of this wasn't somewhat coordinated, or not coordinated, but like intended. Because I do think that there's a vested interest in the government, or in the ANC government, for the people to have a kind of ethno-nationalism that gets provoked, that's getting created through these kinds of tensions. Because I mean that it's interesting that this is something that people will actually protest about. No one will protest the ANC, but they'll protest something like this.
What I was saying, sorry, Syke, was that this is the avenue, though, right? This is the attack vector that you should, be taking. I understand that people have, their liberal sensibilities, but I don't get it. Like, what's it going to take for people to realize that your typical English liberalism doesn't work in South Africa? It's not accepted in South Africa, and perhaps we need to find a middle ground, or some sort of way, some sort of hybrid, you know, because the whole thing of, say, for example, of dismissing the concern around illegal immigration, you need to understand the fact that when all the illegal immigrants come to South Africa, they live with the purse of Black people, so they are at the forefront of the battle. You know, they are the ones who see it, like they're impacted immediately. Whatever prospects they have before, as dim as they were, of getting a job with legal immigrants, that's like halved, right? So, and then the crime, you know, when they do whatever crime they engage in, where do they run to? They run to the slums. They run to your squatter camps, your the shacks. So because they know, like, it's like a maze, it's impossible to find them, you know. So they're the ones who are getting impacts immediately. So this may come across as, okay, fomenting ethno-nationalism, but I don't think you're reading it right. I think this is this is patriotism. This is people saying we are South Africans and we are tired of having illegal immigrants. It's not a thing of Black people per se, or particular tribe per se. No, because, say, for example, in this particular example right here, you have two tribes that have historically been, let's say, they've had frictions, right? That's the Zulus and the Xhosas, right? And yet the Zulus came down from KZN saying, we heard of this issue in the Eastern Cape, and we're here to support you guys in your fight against illegal immigration. This is bridge building within South Africa against the common enemy of illegal immigration. I don't know how. I don't know if I'm.
So it
have
could
anything.
be an expression of civic nationalism. That's what you're saying.
Well, yeah. If it's just that I don't know these technical terms because I don't do what you call politics. So, what do you mean by civic nationalism? I get this. I get what you're trying to say, but I just want to make sure that I've got the right idea.
Well, civic nationalism is just nationalism that's centered around a civic identity, being South African, not centered around racial identity.
Being Black. Yes, that's correct. That'd be it. That'd be it. Say, for example, right, all over Twitter, a lot of these guys, what they've been doing is saying, mocking South Africans for not being hard enough on white South Africans. And the response from Black South Africans has been, white South Africans are South Africans. You will not turn us against each other and then say that we must accept you. In fact, what people are saying is that our enemy has the same skin as us. Do not be fooled by the fact that they have the same skin as you.
Yeah, that's
maybe it is actually a really useful civic nationalist point. Yeah. Sorry, Amanda, what are you going to say?
no. I was just gonna say, like, how tough that is. Like, your illegal immigrants look just like you. Like,
Yeah.
it's hard. Like, even if ICE were to go over there and help y'all out, it wouldn't. I don't think it'd be very useful because
That's
first
the
they
thing.
need
'Cause it's
training
like-
on how to identify.
Because then all they'll do is say, because that's the running joke among the rest of Africans, that we are the one country that didn't that opted not to chase its white people out. We're one of the few countries in Africa that chose peace, right? Granted, a lot has happened since
I wouldn't
that
go
time.
that far, Emmanuel, because I do think there is a bit of an economic genocide. I mean, if you look at the statistics of the population of whites in South Africa, it's halved, and the half that is missing is the lower generation, the newer generation, which has completely, like, you just have people's grandparents left in South Africa. All the children are gone. Because it's generally seen that there is no future in the country for white people because of the persecution, because of the racial laws, things like that. I mean, that.
And where was the vast majority of that immigration? Would you agree with me if I said the vast majority of that immigration happened in the years prior to 1994, right? So in the last, let me say, I was going to say two. I'm going to say two, right? I'm going to say two periods. So one was the years prior to 94, which saw a dip in the population of white people, and then I would say the next big one would be after 2008, 2007-8. That probably saw the next dip in the white population for South Africa, and obviously that coincides with the ousting of Thabo Mbeki and the obviously Jacob Zuma taking over, and then now Cyril Ramaphosa. And it's like, I don't know, man, like I've been going through a lot of the stuff, like a lot of the stuff that people are saying, even at this protest, the people protesting side were saying, like one of the leaders of this protest was saying that was declaring that what's his name, Julius Malema is not welcome in KZN. He's not welcome in the Eastern Cape. Like the sense that I have, and I think this is confirmation bias, granted, right? But I think I'm on the money. I think the vast majority of Black South Africans don't have issues with white South Africans. I think they have issues with poverty. I think they have issues with unemployment. You know, they have.
But I wonder if politically people haven't been outmaneuvered though, because I don't know if Black South Africans are sophisticated enough to appreciate that the state is persecuting white people, and therefore this idea that the state is just kind of neutrally bad or neutrally, sort of problematic in that it's not efficient. That's the state is just seen as a bit of a failure, but it's not understood that the state is propping up these differential treatments based on race, or if it is, that's just taken for granted that's how it must be, because that's how you correct the past, is by revenge, essentially. So there's this tremendous complacency about racial legislation, which is quite frankly hypocritical. If you look at the Freedom Charter, it's completely hypocritical with what's written in the Freedom Charter. If you look at the Constitution, it's a complete betrayal. But because it is the current law, we're just expected to take it because the democracy says that you should. Never mind the Constitution, never mind the Freedom Charter, that this is all in the face of. So it's like all of the stuff that's happening is just ignored. It's just selectively ignored. I mean, and it's kind of covered over by this supposed anxiety over that white people might bring back apartheid, that 7% of the population is somehow going to bring back apartheid.
Well, 7% of the population, or whatever it was before, obviously it was higher, instituted apartheid. So from their perspective, if they could do it before with that minority, what's stopping them from doing it now, given the fact that Black people's position in society, economically hasn't changed in any real significant way? The ANC points to the fact that electrification, right? So the vast majority of South Africa now has access to electricity. Great, woohoo! But what does that do for job prospects? What does that do for putting food on the plate of the average Black South African? People are still as hungry as they were, if not more, than what they were 30 years ago. So
I don't know, that chick in that video didn't look hungry to me, and she's wearing fake hair, fake eyelashes, and fake nails. So
yeah, that's one, GM. That you see.
I know.
You need to understand that.
I'm seeing,
and
I was looking back in the protests and stuff, and y'all's feminists look just like our feminists.
Yeah.
They're the ones receiving the preferential treatment.
Well, yeah.
The
But
people, yeah.
I guess what I'm trying to focus on is the whole, just as a whole, because
Yeah.
the sense I get from Black people is not that they want to see, they want to make. Obviously, this obviously leads to the lack of sophistication, but nevertheless, this is what I'm getting. This is what I'm sensing. Black people do not necessarily want white people to be poorer. It's that they want to escape poverty. They want to have real prospects of being able to work hard and see themselves achieving something in life. Maybe going from having, being homeless, having nothing to eat, having no plan really that's sustainable for you to feed yourself for the next 30 years, to then being someone who's got a house, got a wife, got children, sending them to school with the prospects of them going to university, you know. That's the sort of thing that they want to see, and they want to feel that that's realistic, you see. And unfortunately, the propaganda that we've had, and obviously backed by the fact that we have the particular past that we have, has pressed certain buttons, right? But I think if you sit them down and ask them, okay, bro, if you had a white man who had this amount of money, do you think they owe you money just based on the fact that they're white? I think most people would be like, no. But then it's like, then again, it all boils down to the fact that, but you're voting that way. You're voting as though you believe that white people owe you
Right.
a slice of what they've earned today. If this kid who was born after 1994, completely away from apartheid, is earning a particular amount of money, what has he done to what's he guilty of? You know. Now, add to that, we've had an influx of propaganda from particularly the States of the whole,
Yes.
even get it from the words that they use. So, 10,
Reparations.
20 years ago, you wouldn't have words like certainly words like privilege, like white privilege. Like these weren't phrases that people use. Like people talk about the fact that, okay, maybe they talk about things like advantage, which you could say is the same, but even the fact that the verbiage has changed is indicative of the fact that there's influence coming from outside.
Yeah, well, you saw all those protesters out there. They all had their phones. Everybody had a phone in their hand. That's where they're getting this shit from, the intranets. And when you have America, like we are the main source of fucking crazy bitch feminism. So it infects every fucking country. So these women that get online, and especially with online being suppressed of actual free speech, so you don't have everybody's ideas that are allowed, and so the majority is the mainstream media shit, and it's all ideologically infected, so it fucking spreads everywhere.
It's also been very very amusing and also concerning watching how feminism has managed to warp the minds of the average, particularly Black women in South Africa.
Oh yeah.
Because it's like, how can you turn around and look at the people who were like, all of the visuals you'll have of apartheid, and it's like the worst things that were done.
Yeah.
There were men were the victims. The vast majority of them, right? And yet the women who survived that, who were sitting at home relatively protected from that, right?
Yeah.
Turn around and say that you were oppressing.
Yep. Yeah.
And it's just like, what?
Just that lady speaking about about her South African identity or whatever, and she looks like a crazy bitch feminist.
Oh yeah, that comes from like Instagram and the whole culture that the whole impact it's had. But if you were to see her there's sort of like a sort of like duality between the urban western facing South African versus the rural more African South African. So you'll see them straddle both lanes at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll have them on one moment, one day, or at one particular event, looking like if you could pluck them out and put them in the middle of Atlanta, they look like they wouldn't be out of place, right?
Right.
And at the same time, you look at them at particular events, say particular cultural events, and if you were to take them in that version and put them in the middle of Atlanta, they would look very different. Right? So I suppose every country is faced with that. Like there is this, a global culture, global look, global
Mm-hmm.
generic view, generic look that people have versus their individual cultures. I'm sure the Chinese are faced with the same sorts of issues. I'm sure the Turks, the Turkish are facing the same sorts of. I know the Japanese for sure are facing the same sorts of issues. There's the traditional Japanese woman does not look like the standard look you'd see in Tokyo. Right. So
I just wanted to point out that, like, I think the left-wing the politics of the left wing is that you need a collectivized enemy. And nominally, all the African parties, or I don't know how to put it, are on the left,
no, that's correct.
radically left.
Mm.
Yeah, most of them, except for one or two.
So there is this basic scapegoating that's sort of woven into the default politics of people.
Overton window is basically far left. So the far right in South African context would be considered like left of center in like the rest of the world. Yeah. So then, like, even broaching the topic of, say, privatizing things, that's outside the acceptable views. That's like, you are now alt-right if you say, how about we sell this particular company? How about we invite the private sector, or just have a general emphasis of let the people do for themselves,
Yeah.
as opposed to having this parent that is the government saying, do this, don't do that, this is what's acceptable, this is what you should read, this is what you shouldn't read, this is all sorts of stuff. South is heavily regulated. So, but like, just to bring it back to the topic again, what video we just watched, the one of the guy from Action SA. What else is there?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. What else is there?
Sykes dude.
Yeah, Sykes dude. Yeah.
Yeah.
What else is there?
I have the ammunition police.
Oh yeah. If you could like look at that,
You
show that. Yeah.
we have a slideshow presentation, Syke.
Sorry, we have a slice of what?
A slideshow.
A slideshow.
presentation.
Sort of like a presentation. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if just reading that, it says breaking news: South African Police Service and Hawks arrested a 33-year-old illegal Ethiopian national in Malvern, I think that is, Johannesburg, for possessing an RPG-7 rocket launcher, PF-89 disposable launchers, and over a dozen heat and fragmentation projectiles, valued for potential use against vehicles, buildings, or crowds in urban settings. And the question is, will the president declare a state of emergency on illegal immigration? Now, we have crimes in South Africa. We have like a crime crisis, but never has it been a thing of now we have to be worried about crime. people using rocket launchers at crowds and buildings. This is a distinctly West and East African thing, and perhaps even Central Africa. But the more, sorry to say, but the more Muslim side of Africa tends to have these sorts of things, these sorts of issues. And now it's like, what's happening in South Africa for us to be having these sorts of things? Like, I almost hope that it was just like a smuggler that was going through South Africa that happened to be caught, right? But it would be very concerning if this is what's coming, to South Africa. Because I can tell you that our, police and you name it, the rest of the security guys are just, they're not ready if this is what's on its way. And we have a lot of people from countries that have Muslim issues, like issues of, say, like for example, Nigeria, right? Say, for example, Ethiopia, Somalia, definitely Somalia. So it's like, are we importing terrorism now? In much the same way that countries like France and England have,
Yeah.
So yeah, this is what's happening now. Because it's just, I wonder what was the rationale behind. What was it like? I find it difficult to just leave it at just sheer incompetence. When you look at just the wave of illegal immigration that's come into this country, it's to the point, Jim, that when the average person comes to talk to me, say at like a delivery person delivering a package or whatever, I immediately, even though they're black, I speak English because I assume they don't speak one of the South African languages. You go to like restaurants and basically that's how we behave now, because that's just reality we live in. And that's ridiculous. That's honestly ridiculous, and especially given the fact that we have such a high unemployment rate. Like, these people should be South Africans. These jobs should be occupied by South Africans. But yeah, this is where we are. What's the next? Yeah.
I still wanted to talk to you about the whole issue of that we got to with the irrational fear of white people bringing back apartheid, because I believe that is equivalent to pleading insanity. That's like saying, "Oh no, that you don't understand. My people, they're just a bit insane. Like, just don't worry about it. They're just deluded about some things and capable of being so delusional so as to enable their ethno-nationalism." That's the point that I wanted to contradict your general view with, but I don't know if that's fair or not.
I don't see how that would be productive, because I mean, this is not unique to South Africa. This whole thing of having America has had to contend with this thing for how many years now? When did America end? Like the last of its, like the vestiges of basically slavery and all that stuff.
Yeah, but
I'd
I
say
would
maybe that's
argue
like
white
Jim Crow.
guilt is worse in my country than it is in yours because of that.
No, I would wager that white South Africans in South Africa are not as riddled by white guilt as white Americans, and it's odd given the fact that apartheid ended like 30-something years ago. Officially. So
even though your numbers are smaller, see, that's so weird about this whole thing.
It's like paradoxical. It's like the exact opposite.
Yeah,
That
it's
the
like we
people who
have the
have-
numbers here and the highest fucking guilt. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
I suppose.
I'm
Okay, yeah.
going to say, I'm going to give a hot take. I just want to say that, like, since the end of apartheid, because of the actions of the ANC and because of the misconduct of the ANC, and specifically the hypocrisy around racial legislation, I think that you can make the argument that the ANC is essentially, you know, like, the ANC has by itself justified apartheid. Like, it has kind of whitewashed it. I mean,
Oh yeah, yeah. There are plenty of black people who say that, but I don't know how many times I've come across a black person randomly in the algorithm or even in real life quoting leaders from the apartheid era, and you know, basically essentially weeping over the fact that the ANC has only gone on to prove them right, you know. And the worst thing about the ANC is that they are seen by, especially particularly by the international community and by white South Africans, as people who represent the average black person. And I don't know how else I can try drill this into science head that the ANC is not, it does not represent black people. It doesn't.
Yeah. No, I mean, I get
It
that.
just,
I mean, there is a minority.
yeah. And I hear your point about me saying that I'm essentially saying my people are insane, but that's it. That's just the fact of the matter, that it's irrational. It's much in the same way you'll have Black Americans voting for Democrats, even though they've failed them at every turn, you know. And it's like,
No, you see, I always look past irrationality, because I always try to see how is the irrationality being weaponized or being made useful or functional by some mindset. And I do think that this is how
you're trying to rationalize irrationality.
No. People are being irrational because they're not applying their minds rationally to kind of get to grips with
But
having
they'd
a
have
kind
to be
of moral
rational to do that.
compass.
They'd have to
Sorry.
be rational to do that. You're begging the question circular. They'd have to be rational to do that. And what I'm saying is that they've got an
when
irrational
someone is
fear.
irrational, it's because they don't have the impetus to be rational on the topic. I mean, it's not as if irrationality has a reason. Irrationality has no reason. It's just an aberrance. It's like a pathology. It's a sickness. It's a disease. But it's a disease that is displacing reason.
Would you if someone comes to you and says that they're suffering from anxiety that has been diagnosed by a psychologist, like a proper psychologist, I'm not talking about one of these, you know, fly by night, psychologists. I'm talking about someone who's actually rigorous, you know, in their work.
And not
say, okay,
ideologically affected, because that's very few of
and
them.
right. Let's say who's your favorite psychologist, Jim? The one that you would say, I trust diagnosis from this person.
None of them.
Whoever it is, suppose it was that person.
No, not a single one of them.
Okay, let's imagine there were someone that you actually trusted. Let's say you're like, okay, this person, out of all the ones I don't trust, this is the one person that actually give a chance. Suppose that person says, yeah, this person actually is riddled with anxiety, right? Would you then turn around and say to that person who's suffering from anxiety that you don't have the impetus to be rational? Therefore,
I don't think anxiousness is the same thing as irrationality, but
no, but I was talking about fear. I was talking about irrational fear. What's, you know?
Anxiousness is not an irrational fear.
Anxiety is a negative emotion.
I think
from
we're speaking
fucking
past each other.
lying.
I'm not.
People
Are you trying to?
Because they're liars.
are you trying to say that the fears downstream of the anxiety, or vice versa? That they are you trying to say that these are two distinct things, or just trying to see why you're pointing that out?
Well, before or last time we talked about this irrational fear of
Yeah.
apartheid coming back, but that is not a description of anxiety.
Okay. I guess I don't have the sophisticated psychological, terminology and analysis, but I'm trying to bring a point across, across the point that the problem is that if people are in a state of, say, anxiety, if I'm using it correctly, they can't make rational choices, right? And like you wouldn't expect someone who's suffering from PTSD to behave like someone who isn't, right? And in a sense, granted, I understand that, you could say people haven't done enough work to move past it. Perhaps it's not an excuse to claim that you have PTSD over something that the large majority of you haven't actually gone through. But all of this stuff can be transferred via propaganda. You can induce a state of anxiety if you drill people enough with the fact that with the fear that
Yeah. Oh yeah.
for example, that people will bring apartheid back, or that the Democrats will bring slavery back, the Republicans will bring slavery back, so to speak, to draw sort of parallel. So yeah, so the point is, you're now stuck with someone who's real with anxiety. What's productive in what's productive about essentially like criticizing them for not being rational when they're in that state of anxiety and they're acting out of that anxiety. If anything, the best thing to say would be that if you're in a state of anxiety, you have no business voting.
Exactly.
You should be stripped of. You should be stripped of your votes.
Yes.
If you're claiming that you are making decisions from a state of fear,
Yes.
then you have no business making. Like, that makes sense to me, right?
Yeah.
But then
No,
that's not so much
don't
like
think these people that are afraid of apartheid returning. I don't think that's just one of their beliefs. They have many beliefs about many different things, and the collection of their beliefs leads them to choose who they want to vote for. But just underlying one of their beliefs and saying you're being over anxious, this belief belies anxiousness, therefore you're too emotional to vote. Like,
I think you're attributing to malice that which should be attributed to fear. That's honestly what I'm seeing. And I think what you're doing is that essentially what happens is that you eventually try to say that even if they weren't in a state of fear, the vast majority of them would behave this way. That's essentially what you're saying.
Sorry, say
And
that again.
I
Even
am
if it
saying,
was a state of fear.
even if they weren't fearful, because of the fact that they have these other beliefs that you've alluded to, they would have behaved in the same way. Right?
Sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you.
Is it okay? Let me try. Is it not coming across? How about now?
I think it's about.
Is it better?
It's better. Yeah.
Okay, so I was just saying that if people are in a state of fear, right, and they're acting from a state of fear, and you saying that there's a lot more that goes into their decision making than fear, and I say that, but the fear colors everything. It overrides everything in much the same way that, say, tomato sauce can sort of dominate whatever flavor of whatever you're eating. If you're having steak with tomato sauce on it, ketchup, it will be it will taste like tomato sauce. You know, it won't taste like steak. You know, so in much the same way, fear sort of just colors everything. You know, and to sort of dismiss it as though it were like some 2% of the, or 5% to 10% of what makes the decision at the end of the day is, I think that's highly dismissive of the power of fear and propaganda. Like, to just say, yeah, but you should have seen through it. You should have known better. Like, how many people, what about like the Germans? The Germans are some of the most, sophisticated cultures in the world, and yet they fell to propaganda.
Oh yeah.
You know,
Well, they had
they
a
fell
woman in
to
charge
people who are
destroying
drilling.
their country.
I'm talking 40s. Never mind now. I'm talking 40s. They fell to people who are drilling, certain propaganda into them and certain fears into them.
Who specifically?
The Germans.
Yeah,
I'm
but
talking about the ethnic Germans.
Yeah.
Obviously,
Talking about Weimar Germany.
Yeah, I'm talking about
Was
Big
that
H.
propaganda?
Oh my word! But essentially, that's the point I'm making. That it's possible for people to fall propaganda and to like sort of be like to dismiss that and say, yeah, you should have known better. It's like, really, bro? There's a reason why people have propaganda. It's because it works. You know.
But I think you're
It's
right
because it
about
works.
not letting the fear-mongered crazy bitches vote. I like that idea. But
men.
Psyche, yeah, crazy bitches can be men too. But Psyche is right. There is some malice to that because there are people that are fear-mongering these people. That's what.
Oh yeah. Obviously, that I would put at the feet of, say,
the dyke
all of the
fucking cult, the lesbian
no.
feminists.
In the South African context, I put it at the feet of, say, your ANCs, PACs, you name them, your EFFs as well. All these revolutionary parties, all of the, so all of those guys.
Say what the crazy bitch lesbian cult members in my country say.
Yeah, you need to understand that from our perspective, GM, it's the exact opposite. Right, from our perspective, it's the feminists who are echoing the rhetoric of the socialists. I would say that historically, I'm probably correct on this. That it's the socialist communist lens that came before the feminists, and if anything, it's feminism came out of that as like a particular strain of socialism and communism. It's just along the gender line. They say there's a original sin. There's a privileged class that they see as the bourgeoisie of the gender would be the men. They're the ones who are have the original sin of being men.
And I think you believe that. I think you believe that, Emmanuel, because you're a man.
Me?
You want to hold men accountable. I'm saying I see the original sin lying with the man-hating lesbian.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
That's my perspective, my perception.
So
I see who's the relationally aggressive ones in our society who are fear-mongering, and they do it out of malice.
Do you not believe that perhaps you are being very biased to the present?
I could be, because I'm observing a specific ecosystem right now that is reflective of every fucking ecosystem in the corporate culture, and I see an overrepresentation in leadership of these man-hating feminists. And I see the emotional terrorism that happens. And the men put up with it. And some of the men puppet the things. And I see it as the same thing all over society.
I would say that the same logic, sort of like pathway that led to the end of slavery, right? And the emancipation of black people, whoever the races were oppressed across the world, and all of that is the same thing that led to feminism. It's just it went into overdrive. That's what I was saying.
I don't know. I think as human beings, we're social creatures. I think the women of our society are the progenitors of the culture. So ultimately, women teach the people. Women control the behavior. Women do the things. So that's why I lay the responsibility at the feet of the women of our culture. Just fundamentally.
I get what you're saying, but then we run into a sort of, chicken and egg scenario. Because then ultimately you're saying that men aren't leaders, they're leaders in name only.
Men are listening to the wrong women. Men are listening to the women who hate them. Men are listening to the women who are oppressing them. Men...
Yeah, I had this thought as well that men, you could blame everything on men because it's really men who have accepted equality and have sort of shirked off leadership. Men, like if men were just leaders like they're supposed to be, you wouldn't have a problem. But their leadership has been displaced, and they've allowed that to happen. So you have to.
But women
at some point
have not allowed men to be men. They've gotten in the way.
But who allowed them to get in the way? Because if you have the power to push them out of the way, then you're the one who allows it to happen.
Men have physically the power to push them away, but as far as emotionally, women are more powerful. That's why we are the nurturers.
And amongst the cradle.
That exactly. And that's how feminism has destroyed motherhood. And we have now all this misplaced mommy energy fucking everywhere.
So who are the actual leaders, of women or men?
The lesbian members.
No, I'm talking just generally, right? Never mind.
Right now?
From a critical lens, I'm just talking from just generally. Who are the leaders? Because if you are someone who believes in certainly Christianity, you say it's the men. If you're someone who believes in feminism, you say it's obviously, like I'm just talking from male versus female, right? Men versus women. You'd say it's the men, and then if you were a feminist, you'd also say it's the men. But then you come with this different view that says no. Ultimately, it's the women who dictate where people go. So so you're saying if a man chooses to allow, let's say the emancipation of women, right? You're saying that ultimately comes from some woman who made him, who one either told him directly you should allow this, or two, programmed him to be much more likely to make that sort of choice.
Or castrated him over time with abuse.
I don't like how that takes away agency from men. I know I'm speaking like psych here. I'm uncomfortable with that. And maybe that's just the man in me saying that you should be held responsible, ultimately. Well, at the end of
the day, because you're going to be raised by a woman, but at some point you should be inducted into something like a patriarchy that teaches you your role and your responsibility and your accountability and all those sorts of things that inform your worldview. And then, yes, there are limited spaces in the world to act now in that mode. But, tolerance.
Yeah. Would you perhaps put the swing to this is just me, like, hypothesizing now. Perhaps the wars, like the periods in which there was like an influx or a surplus of households that didn't have fathers to lead them. That was the necessary kink in the or chink in the armor that allowed for the decay to set in. That
Well,
from
yeah,
there
I mean,
you had
if you look at
a generation of
everything happened around the World War. So, like, women got the right to vote just after the First World War. And the
Yeah.
Second World War, you could say, demographically facilitated feminism.
yeah, and then from there you have the
And
60s.
technology,
Yeah.
spreading it across the fucking
Yeah.
world.
Yeah, and then from there you have the 60s, and it's like just bombardment of like basically atomic bomb level,
Yeah.
things like
Representation.
birth control, you name it, and then it's before you know it, you're in the place that we are in now.
Because
Yeah.
like throughout human history, tribes and nations have always gone to war with each other. Like, what's different about today? What made our society today allow this cult to take over? Like,
Maybe okay. Maybe scale matters as well. How many millions of people are, like, just absolute number. Maybe that also is a factor. Maybe another factor is that there was a culture of wiping people out in wars, right? And taking their wives, taking them over, and essentially they would be just baby factories for your culture, right? Whereas what you had in the 1900s was not quite the same thing. You didn't have that replacement of, like, you didn't have the women automatically falling under some other man. You see, so
for survival.
I suppose that may have been, I suppose that's the crucial difference. You had periods of time where, say for example, you have months, if not years, of women running households on their own during the wars. Right? That shifts things, that tilts things. The man comes back, he wants to, basically pick up where he left off, where he's, what he says goes. And then it's like, wait, what?
I mean, I don't know how true that is, how much women were because if they were married and he was in the military, there was a paycheck he was receiving, right? And I would imagine
I don't mean
that money
financially.
would be
I
going
mean from a
home, right?
No,
But
I
right
don't mean
now
financially.
we have two we have to have two people working in a lot of
I'm not talking financially, GM. I'm talking from the angle of whose word is law, basically. Who, like, basically, if the mother said, this is what we're doing today, this is what we're doing today. There was no, and for years. And you can imagine what that's like if they essentially got a taste of independence.
I don't know.
And they never look back.
No, I don't know if that's true, because every woman I know doesn't like to make those fucking decisions. Like, I would see it as more of a strain, like, and a lot of them would be happy to not have that kind of responsibility upon their return. I think it's the lesbians who never had that who were the driving force for this.
I think you're right. I think you're right, but I do also know that people are capable of holding two opposing positions at the same time, especially when it comes
bitches.
Yeah, especially when it comes to women, they're particularly good at
dissonance.
having cognitive distance, and
Yeah.
they'll have. And it'll be a thing of basically, I want to hold either position whenever it suits me.
Yeah.
So I want to have the decision stress be put on the man for most of the decisions that I don't really care about. Right? But the ones that matter to me, I would like in that particular case to have all of the power. Right? And I'm sure, as you know, obviously when the men came back and you know, just the whole dynamic of things, there would come a particular point where it's like, oh yeah, when you weren't here, I was able to just do whatever I wanted. Now that you're back, I kind of have to listen to you, and I don't like that. And now there's a movement of women coming together saying that no, we actually need to be freed from these people, and it's kind of sounding enticing. Maybe not all of us, but there's a large enough number of us for it to have an impact on history, for us to coordinate, for us to you know, move together as a particular you know, political movement, and then it just takes off from there. I don't know, Zach, what do you think?
I'm just trying to understand, because you've differentiated, or you've made a distinction between sort of ignoring the financial implications, because the problem is that if anyone breaks the compact, then it's a race to the bottom, because, you know, the point at which that you need two incomes to have a functioning household now, I think is going to override any kind of cultural. So, like anyone who defects from the single household, single breadwinner strategy, is going to force it's going to force bad consequences on the whole of society. So I don't know if you can turn back time.
What one would think that if it's easier to run a household as two, right, and in a time when mutually I don't know what's the word I'm looking for, basically decisions that you come to together, right, would be like that's the culture we have now, right? And you'd assume that having those two things together would mean that family formation should be much higher now, because, you know, women are no longer ignored; they're actually, you know, consulted. But in that era, that's when we haven't been.
Yeah, women have always been consulted. Hold on.
But like,
we have
yeah.
we have a woman in the chat. Okay, son, I have a question. I know you're working nights now, and you have children, and you're a married woman. If your husband made double what he does now, would you be working outside the home? Just curious. Happy Easter, by the way. She said us heathens need to do better. I totally didn't realize it was Easter today. She said, fuck no. She said, fuck no. So.
Yeah.
You might go to school or something. For what? Why?
For a hobby.
School is a hobby.
Yeah.
So, continue.
But sorry, sorry if I'm chopping and changing too much, but just to go back to our disagreement about the fear, I'm sorry to harp on this, Emmanuel, but I do think that what I was trying to do is perhaps I framed it incorrectly, but I'm just trying to work out, if there wasn't this fear, what would the antidote to the fear be, or what would its antithesis be in particular? Like what would displace it?
I have an idea.
Yeah?
I know the answer to that because I've been doing it in my environment, calling out the fear mongering and stopping it fucking mid-sentence. There's a crazy bitch at work that loves to fearmonger, and she's been trying it on me, and I've been telling her pretty much like it's not working. And so I caught her in the act of fearmongering a new guy. And I told her to shut the fuck up, and I told him that it's not true, and then I told her quit fucking fearmongering. And she shut her fucking mouth. That's the antidote to stop it.
What I was going to say is moral hygiene. You need to actually have morality, and you need to like believe in cleanliness, and you have to sort of combine those two concepts. And police, you have to have some kind of policing function or some kind of I don't know, but standard, you know, that things have to be tested or filtered by. So like
I don't know, son. I think that standard is way too high, even for first world countries. I think most people don't have like sophisticated, logical, philosophically grounded positions. You know, I'm not saying it's all feeling, but I don't think it's sophisticated to that level. And I think when you talk about like a standard of moral hygiene, right? If you really want to be morally hygienic, you'd have to have that level of sophistication. And most people they're not there.
No, I do agree with you, but I do think that there have to be elites that are there. Like you need to have guardians. You need to have
Yes. If you have that standard for the elites, then yeah, sure, I'm with you 100%, right? And I think there's lots to be said about the lack of black elites in the sense that you're saying, right? And how they've had basically they've failed to act as a rudder for black culture, black thought, black, you know, you name it, right? And I would say this applies across the world, right?
Well, no. I mean, I think it's a problem of media, which has to do with the propaganda as well. It's
yes,
kind of
again, yeah.
The same problem.
Well, yeah. Okay, one then has to ask, because you know, you've had the likes of your Thomas Sowell and all sorts of other elites, you know, who've been screaming out from the top like this is what we need to do.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
I guess it comes back to the question of how much of an impact can the elites have. But then you could also argue that Black Americans are the most let's say advanced Black population on the planet, right? And I'm talking purely economically, right? Perhaps you could attribute that to the elites to some extent. You know, someone else could say, if you're being pessimistic, is that okay? They just, you know, hang off the coattails of the United States. You know,
Well, I don't think
if you were to
Black
pluck them
Americans
and
are
put
very
them in Africa, they wouldn't come again.
I don't think Black Americans are very homogenous. I think that, you know, there's sort of, I mean, at least two distinct groups, you know, that let's say the Republican Black American versus the sort of urban dwelling Democratic Black American is probably, you know, like worlds apart in terms of culture and in terms of probably also economics, because just because you're at a high standard of living, if you are fueling that by, you know, stealing or something like that, it's not the same economic status as being secure in a job, let's say.
Yet you say that, you say that, yet you have, I would say economics plays a role, standard of living plays a role, because you have in certainly in South Africa, you have the case that the more I'm just drawing a rough, correlation. The more a black person earns, the more likely they are to vote for the DA.
Oh,
Yeah. The more a black person earns, the more likely they are to vote for the DA. The more educated they are, the more likely they are to vote for the DA.
it's to me, it's very sad how that basically doesn't translate into the media at all, because the media is usually imposter professional black individuals who are defending the racialized preferential treatment and defending all the other inauthentic methods of transformation that are essentially facilitating corruption and facilitating
Now,
theft from the state.
okay, you say that. Now you have Prince, who I had mentioned last week, who's saying that we need to be. He's actually echoing a lot of the stuff that I normally say. Is that we need to meet each other somewhere, like halfway. We understand that South Africa is a country that has 80% of its population being black, right? You can't have a party that stands for the right things, try to fight against racially propagandized, and that has a majority black population, but then have the majority of their leadership be white. This is not to say that merit is a bad thing. This is to say that from a pragmatic point of view, you've shot yourself in the foot. You see? So what he says is that we need to do something in between. We need to have some, when essentially saying turn the knob of representation up from the DA side, and then turn the knob for meritocracy up from the black politics side of things. Meet yourselves, meet somewhere halfway, and let that whatever comes out of that, let that elbow out the ANC. And what will naturally happen is that from there, that will give the room for meritocracy to take over. Is this making sense?
I mean, I wonder if you're. Well,
He's essentially saying this is the bridge to yank the people who are only voting for the ANC out of fear, who on principle would have voted for the DA, who on principle would have voted for the F plus or for the IFP or for the ACDP, right? But because of all of the stuff that I've listed before, they continuously voting for the ANC. So we need to be pragmatic about how we tackle this thing, because if we constantly speaking from our ivory towers of, yes, we know that meritocracy is the best way, but there's no way for people to reach that, then all you'll see, you would have just secured the decay of, demise of South Africa.
Well, it would be
and
nice if you could actually, if that was the promise and that was the reward that you would be giving to the electorate for voting for the right party. Because I wanted to tell you, Emmanuel, from the last conversation that we had, that I wanted to go over with you the history of Britain, or how Britain became the empire of the world, is simply because because they didn't just have hereditary officers, they had officers that got their position through meritocracy, and just that one change allowed Britain to take over the world, because they had meritocracy and other people didn't.
Was it also like they're working with the Dutch?
Well, the Dutch handed over the VOC to them, yes, but that was a kind of diplomatic kind of thing. But I mean, that's because the British actually had the capacity to take over the colonies. I mean, that's why the VOC surrendered it to the Britain. But I mean, the VOC was just a financial organization.
Yeah.
It wasn't a governmental.
Oddly enough, Syke, something came out yesterday where people were actually discussing the Brits, and they're saying it's black people, right, talking about the fact that if they had a choice, if they were to choose between all of the colonizers that they'd rather be colonized by, they would have. It was a South African guy saying that I'm so glad that we were colonized by the Britons, you know, and not by any other colonial power.
Yeah, I mean, the British were incredibly civilized. I mean, if they found something that worked, they didn't change it. They didn't impose their way of doing things if there was a better way of doing it that was already happening. You know, like
I have a question. These colonizers, were they men?
yes,
Okay, just checking.
Yeah, yeah. So that's the. It was just very interesting to see that conversation coming up.
Emmanuel, the problem we have is the current colonizers of people's minds via the technology are all crazy bitch lesbians. That's the problem, fundamentally.
But Emmanuel, I mean, you just snuck another thing in there. So not only must we tell these people that we don't want to institute apartheid, but we have to have super increase in representation. We can't just be a multiracial party. We have to be super representative of black people to get the racist black people to vote for us.
Yeah, because Syke, that's just being practical. You know, if you have a group of people who have shown historically consistently that they will not vote for a party that is majority white, right? Then like you there's like a glass ceiling, right? But the only way to pierce your way like through that is to have this sort of like let's call it the gateway drug into meritocracy.
I disagree. I do disagree with you because I think people who you want to capture who have two beliefs basically. They're racist and they also believe that apartheid might come back. So if you want to appeal to racists who believe that apartheid might come back, then you have to, you know, change the demographics of your leadership. But if you do that, then you're pandering.
You see it at the ground.
And then the other people will say, well, you're just pandering to us and we're not going to buy it.
Which is why Prince suggests that there should be a third alternative, and they should be the ones who capture that vote, prove that that meritocracy is better than all of this other nonsense, and that will naturally allow for your DAs and all that to take over.
Yeah. Because
to just have that transition like this instant, to expect people to just develop sophistication instantaneously that's just ludicrous. To expect people to be.
No, I mean, I expect an elite to actually argue against this disgusting meat water. The current cultural hegemon is just completely unacceptable. I mean, the current cultural zeitgeist is just populated by people who have bad intentions, and no one is given the microphone who talks against, you know, the racist doctrine and the neo-apartheid.
You're right, Syke. From the level of the elites of, I'm talking your PhDs, your master's levels, right? I'm talking research, trying to project into the future what sorts of decisions should be taking, all that stuff. Those discussions should be had, right? And that wrestling match should be had, right? Fine. But when you're looking at the ground level and pragmatically, and you think of the fact that we don't have time to be pontificating the nuances of different philosophies, we are at the precipice. We need to save our country now, right? And that means that we need to take some drastic, pragmatic steps to transition to essentially catalyze the transition from black nationalist politics to something that resembles more closely meritocracy.
Mm. I have a question. What do you mean by given the microphone?
Well, I mean, I just mean that in the media, you're supposed to hear from both, like in news media, you're supposed to hear from both sides of the story, and there's supposed to be debate. You know, like there's supposed to be public discourse, as it were. The
Yeah.
media is supposed to facilitate people expressing ideas, you know, the marketplace of ideas, that kind of stuff. But we don't have a media that does that. We have a media that just has a party line that they kind of black nationalism is their common goal in the media, it seems.
We have a few, Jim. We have a few, but the government is looking to shut them down. Two, even with the podcasts, there's a show that recently actually was cancelled recently, and it's actually run by someone that both Syke and I would take as someone who leans towards the lefties, you know. But he at least hosted a show that platformed different voices, right? And that was Clement Manyatela's show. What was it called? Face the Nation, something like that.
Yeah, Face the Nation.
And then you we've had previous iterations of basically the same idea, right? Of having essentially what are debate shows on TV, where different people debate different topics, and it's just like a weekly thing, right? And so that's been good, but then the government cancelled because it was on the SABC, and they cancelled it. Now, recently as well, they've brought up the issue of regulating podcasts now, because the podcast space in South Africa is the last frontier when it comes to really free speech, like saying whatever you want about, like, just if you want to swear at the president, who cares, you know? And they're looking to clamp down on that because they're seeing that that's, you know, grasping the minds of the youth. And they don't like the direction which the youth is going, because obviously the youth is turning against these guys. So, yeah.
What? Sorry.
Yeah.
My grandbaby's here. You guys carry on.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Carry
Okay.
on.
Yeah, so it's like that's we do have a bit of this stuff. It's just like it's sad that the government's sort of like clamping down on this stuff. It's trying to stomp it out. So yeah. I don't know, man. We've had freedom, and it just in weird ways it feels like. Do you think the ANC might turn? Do you think it's possible for them to even attempt doing some ZANU PF sort of thing?
Well, that I think will take place after the 2029 election, because things are relatively stable at the moment, but they will be unstable when the ANC doesn't get pole position, if the ANC doesn't get pole position after the election. Because I mean, like, I'm thinking that the ANC is not going to want to have a coalition with the DA again if the DA is leading the coalition.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So
even the fact that they incorporated the EFF into the government of what's it called, the provincial government in Gauteng, and I think they gave them the finance portfolio. These are worrying signs, you know.
Yeah.
The worrying signs, and obviously one could say we shouldn't take it too seriously because, you know, the ANC's got like 1 billion factions, and for all you know, this is just another faction trying to exert power, you know, show that okay, they've got some muscle. Yeah, so there's that. But I do want to go back to the whole issue of immigration, because I have quite a lot to speak about on that front. There's a lot that's been said, even with what the Nigerians are saying about this stuff, right? And I'm finding it concerning that how brazen people are in disrespecting South Africa, being in South Africa, or even speaking as a Nigerian from, say, whatever other country they're in, speaking on behalf of Nigerians in South Africa. And there's a sense
that it continues.
Coming in?
Because, I mean, it obviously is a very bad look for the government.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm trying to point to. It's showing that people really don't rate the government, and that's what's making them so brazen. And it's just, maybe it's also a bit of a problem from our side of things, of being a bit too public about some of our internal stuff. I don't know. Sunlight's, the best, way of solving a lot of these problems. But sometimes it's like, wait, for people to know all of your dirty laundry and then be able to use it against you, like a lot of them were mocking South Africans for not being able to live in Cape Town, not affording to live in Cape Town, and I was just like, what on earth is happening here? Oh yeah, there was a clip that came out yesterday of some Nigerians sort of, I think they were fighting in Parklands in Cape Town, and they were shooting at each other. I think the one guy actually had like a machete and was swinging at the others, and I don't know if it's like the guys are saying they're either fighting over territory as drug dealers, or like others are saying it's like cults that are going against each other and all that stuff. And it's just like, wow, man, like, is this what the country's devolved to, where you can have illegal immigrants killing each other on the streets in our country, and like nothing really is being done about it. And it seems what's gonna take is so have to be South Africans going down and solving the problems themselves, because clearly the government has got no political will, no impetus, to borrow your word, to do it. Jim, could you mind playing that clip? I just don't know if it's YouTube friendly. That's
one?
probably the last one. The last one that I sent to you.
The last one.
Yeah.
The mom. Or twice in South
no,
Africa. Everything was free.
No, there's something else I sent to you, I think, after that.
Focus on return. No, that I sent you that.
If you go back to Discord.
Yeah, I'm looking through our Discord here.
Yeah, I sent you something right at the end of Nigerians killing, or like trying to kill each other in Cape Town.
The stabbing one?
Let me just see if you could pull it up. Maybe I could. It looks like they're in the middle of the street. That's the one you talked about when you were talking about the nice cars.
Oh yeah, the drug.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. Man, crazy bitches are so dumb. There's about to be some fireworks going on in my community. All right, let me pull that up. It's just on a side note.
Yeah. Yes. There's such a lack, a lack of, Psych talks about leads, even leaders, man, as a
Yeah,
whole. It's such a lack.
yeah.
There's like a vacuum. It's like something happened after. I'll speak in South African context. Something happened after. I guess after the 70s, the 80s. It's like everyone after that is just like, nope.
Shit.
I saw an interesting video on X about people being interviewed about woman's place in the kitchen,
Mm-hmm.
in the home, or woman being at home with the children, and men being the breadwinner. And everyone was basically, it was in Britain, and everyone, it was probably from the 80s or maybe from the 70s. And everyone was saying how, everyone believes, basically everyone was anti-feminist then.
Oh yeah, that's from. Who said that? Who posted that? Was that Carl Benjamin?
Not sure.
I saw him. I saw he came up on my timeline reacting to something like that, talking about like basically how anti-feminist most women were back in the day.
I would argue if they didn't see it as a necessity, it would also be true today. So, like Sun, for instance, she wouldn't be fucking working if her husband made double what he does. She would be educating herself and better equipping her children for the future. Like,
But then that begs the question, GM, what then led to feminism in the first place? Because if you say that the reason women are insisting on pursuing careers today is because they feel financially insecure,
mm-hmm.
and they don't feel they can trust their husbands to provide for them for the rest of their lives, right? That begs the question that why did they change it when there was a time when men were able to do this?
We born in living today and in our age group, we were born into it after it already happened. So
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
basically asking the conditions that led to it being, policy. Have those conditions changed?
Yeah.
If you're saying that the reason that you wouldn't want to, the only reason you wouldn't want to be, go back to the traditional way of doing things is because you don't feel secure financially.
Yeah.
Yet people before you who were secure financially chose this position willingly.
I don't believe that the people that were financially secure chose it. I believe it was the single lesbians who didn't have those situations.
You think it was imposed by a loud vocal minority that
Yes.
somehow managed to leverage, their influence on politics, etc., over to essentially get to ram their policies through, even though most women were saying no, because that actually aligns with a lot of what Rachel Wilson says about how if you look at any of the data, it shows that women did not want suffrage. They didn't want
The responsibility.
yeah, they don't
Women were
want
already in the factory in World War II. So that
come again, I didn't get that.
Women were already in the factories during World War II.
Yeah. Understandable given the fact that it was a war. If the men are out there fighting, that's another angle that man, like the fact, I don't know if you heard that that even the Germans are also putting restrictions on travel for men aged between, I believe it's 18 and 45.
Yeah, I saw
Yeah,
that.
that's the video. Yeah. Yeah. So it sucks, man, that you are a young man, 18, say between the ages of 18 and 35, 18 and 45, fine, and yet your vote counts exactly the same as that of a woman. But when it comes to war,
Mm-hmm.
only the men are conscripted.
Right. Actually, I had a male feminist at work ask me my opinion on what Trump said about the conscription recently. He wanted to know how I felt about it. And I was like, well, I think honestly, I think it might be a good thing, but they should also conscript women. And then if that happens, I think we would see a baby boom because I don't know any women that haven't willfully joined the military that would be up. I mean, even most of the women in the military would probably have a baby to get out of it. Like, and
I'm
then,
going to take a leaf. I'm going to take a leaf out of Sykes.
well,
Oh,
hold
yeah.
on. Not also would there be possibly a baby boom, but that would further the repealing the 19th, I believe, because a lot of the women would be like, oh, wait, we have the right to vote. Just like men do, but now we're being told that it comes with a duty. Like maybe I don't want that right after all. Like I was trying to express how I think it might be a good thing, and he was just like, "What the hell?" Like,
What did Trump
Yeah.
say? I didn't hear the.
Trump never said it. He's a male feminist, so he listens to the crazy bitch fear mongering feminists who are constantly like, oh my god, conscription war, this and that. And that's what I started with. I'm like, I didn't hear Trump say that, you know? And he's like, well, hypothetically, if that were true, then I was like, well, hypothetically, that's how I feel about it.
So basically what happens at the race, I don't know if they have raised it or if they're still talking about it, but they could be raising the maximum age of conscription to 42.
Yeah. I did hear that.
Which is obviously it's one indicative of a few things. One, that either they don't have enough soldiers, right, or they are anticipating that this war could, really intensify. It could also just be, part of the war rhetoric, to basically say like we're gearing up for war. It could be indicative of the fact that they I don't know if I mentioned this because I'm forgetting now. If the recruitment side of things may be lacking, maybe men are just not signing up for the war.
Why America was so touchy about, for example, this kind of war that's with Iran at the moment, because it's not as if the people going to war would have been conscripted. Like it's voluntary servicemen. So like I don't know. I don't see the problem with there being boots on the ground myself, but obviously I'm not an American, so my opinion has negative influence.
Right.
Yeah, it's always like that until it actually spirals out of control. The whole Ukraine-Russia war thing was a massive red pill for men. The fact that you can have men barred by the government from leaving and essentially pushed into a meat grinder while the women that they're supposedly fighting for are in Europe partying at some, I don't know, Ibiza.
Yep.
They're in Dubai with some, billionaire. They're in the States on a Fresh and Fit podcast. It's...
No, and what's crazy is it's those same crazy bitches that started this fucking war. Like,
it's insane.
I don't know. I would say Biden. I don't know if it was women who started the war, but I mean, my hot take on Ukraine is that Ukraine gets whatever it deserves because Ukraine screwed themselves over by basically perpetrating a civil war against their own Russian-speaking population.
Mm-hmm.
Like Ukraine has got like in the high 40% of the population, they speak Russian, and they want
Yeah.
their children to speak Russian in school. And they have a constitutional right to have their children speaking the language that they choose to speak. And that was taken away from them by the government, who said, screw your constitutional rights, we're going to provoke you anyway, and we're going to persecute
in the
you
government.
until Russia came to save them. So if you ask me, countries that basically pseudo get into a civil war, it's, it's their fault. I mean, if Ukraine should be blamed for exactly the state that it's in, and it deserves what it gets. And to me, it's disgusting that Europe ignored the constitutional deprivation of the Ukrainian citizens. They just ignored it. The whole time it was happening, they just ignored it. And then they expect Russia was expected to. I think this whole war was choreographed to teach the Europeans a lesson. Putin is there by design, almost by provocation from the West, just to say to Europe, get your act together, get military spending. America isn't going to save Europe every time that there's a conflict on your borders. You have to be independent. You have to protect yourselves. So Ukraine exists just to be a kind of albatross around the neck of Europe. But it's deserved. The West deserves that. I just feel bad for all the Russians that have died, because to hold Crimea, essentially, because Russia was never going to give up Crimea. There's no universe that exists in the future in which Russia just says, oh, you can take Crimea. We're not going to have our only warm water port that has submarine access to the Mediterranean.
Yeah. Jim, could you please play that video and then the one of the lady in the hospital?
Yes.
Yeah.
I do have to
having
warn you, I do have a client coming in about 20 minutes.
Okay. So let's do this.
You guys can definitely continue, and then I'll be back right after because it'll be less than an hour. I know you guys will still
Okay.
Oh, I really want to call in today. I've never met my grandbaby because the crazy bitch has been fucking around with access to the child's father's access.
Oh no.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And you know what's crazy? I warned this lying crazy bitch. And you know what's funny? She watches my channel. So she apparently decided she's going to drop everything, all the lies and all the things that got one of my kids in trouble with the law. She is feeling guilty about it now. But guess what? She's not going to be getting away with this shit.
Wait, is this?
Visiting hours at the hospital. What's going on?
This is in Parklands.
Huh?
Parklands in Cape Town. This is your ends, like this is your hood.
Is this the right
Your
one?
area. Yeah.
Right video? Okay.
gunshots, by the way, people, and he's trying to chop them with a machete. Yeah. This is what we're importing into South Africa. Yeah. You can pause it, GM.
I mean, this just looks like the same gang violence that happens in my country.
And granted, we had it, you know, we had Cape Town has had it, you know, but it's one thing having it locally; it's another thing importing it, you know.
So you're saying this is happening and these people are not South Africans?
No, it's Nigerians only, no South Africans there,
How do you know?
because you know we can accent and you know language. You can tell that okay, this is not anything spoken in South Africa. It doesn't even sound like anything that's spoken in Southern Africa.
So you have these immigrants that aren't even speaking your language, driving really nice fucking cars.
Yeah, which they apparently get from selling T-shirts and
Buy cars like
you
that
know,
from selling t-shirts.
and doing people's hair and you know, and it's just like this is South Africa, you know, like these sorts of things. Perhaps in the States you can actually make money from these sorts of businesses, but in South Africa, no way. And when South Africans question this, they're called, you know, envious, you know, jealous, and all that nonsense. Yeah. If you could play the next one with the lady talking about
Oh yeah.
yeah, just to illustrate part of the reason that this is such an issue in South Africa.
Yeah, I'm not gonna call in. I'm gonna be good. I'm really trying to set a good example. It is Easter though. That's crazy. I didn't realize it was Easter.
Yeah.
I knew it was Easter. I
Yeah,
had
but
it
you're a
up.
Christian.
Oh,
You're not a heathen, psych.
But you're a heathen.
Apparently, if I
I
don't know
can't
it's
lie.
fucking Easter.
Easter is the
I
big
haven't.
one. Easter is bigger than Christmas.
Yeah, that is the one. That's the defining one.
Just next week, I have 3 days off. Finally. And I'm really looking forward to this because the slave camp I've been working at, it takes people's
It's
whole
tough.
lives.
Yeah.
That's right. Let truth be told, South African whole health system thing and foreigners in South Africa. Let me give my 2 cents. Let truth be told, South Africa has tried. Let truth be told, South African healthcare system, they have tried. They have tried. If they're saying we can't do it anymore, please, no one should now start getting upset and saying, as South Africans, they're chasing they have tried. As someone who was in South Africa, who lived, who schooled there, who did some things there in South Africa, I will say I gave birth twice in South Africa. Twice. I had 2 children in their government hospital via CAS, 2 CS operation, cesarean. I did not pay 1 cent. 1 naira I did not pay. I did not pay, it was free. I was shocked myself. When I was discharged to go get my discharge and then to go clear my things at the logistic and whatever, we were there to go and pay. They said, no, it's free. We're like, because in my country, Nigeria, it's not free. It's not free. You will pay. Especially CS is even the worst. You will pay so much money. People borrow money. People cry. People even say, "Oh no, no." When it comes to CS, no, my wife will push. My wife will give it as a Hebrew woman because of the payments. It's expensive. I gave birth to the second child. The same thing. I was given food 3 times a day, free food 3 times a day. I went to antenatal since it was considered high risk. I start first from the clinic. They did my blood test, everything free. I didn't pay. And from there, we moved to, I was transferred to the hospital to continue my antenatals there. I didn't pay. Doctors were seeing me all the time when I go there for my consultation. I did not pay. It was free till I gave birth, till I was admitted for a week because they were expecting the baby to just, I exceeded my labor dates. So they said, no, 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 they can't take that risk anymore. I should be admitted, monitored, and all those things in the hospital. I should stay there. I stayed for close to a week, more than a week plus. And the baby couldn't come, the labor didn't start on its own. So they said, no, we can't risk it anymore. We have to take you in for operation. They couldn't also stimulate the labor because of my previous seizures. So they had to just go in for cesarean section operation again. And I did not pay. Antenatal, US, everywhere, you pay. Most of the places in the world, you pay. It's not free. I did not pay. I went to Ghana. I moved to Ghana. I gave birth in Ghana. I paid. My children, they're fighting. I'm coming back.
They're
So
playing.
I was in Ghana also. I paid.
So that's crazy. Nigerian confessed to going to your country and birthing 2 children for free.
She doesn't even need to confess. This is a widely known thing. If you go to the average hospital, I remember our health minister saying that I can't remember which hospitals he was talking about, but saying that something like 70 to 90% of the births at the hospitals he was talking about were to foreign nationals. So you have a public healthcare system that is free for South Africans, paid for by South Africans, and yet more than half of the births at these hospitals are to foreign nationals. Women come across the rivers of Limpopo and you name it, across South Africa, coming to South Africa heavily pregnant to come and make use of these facilities. Some of them having finding out that, okay, if you get the citizenship in whatever fraudulent ways you do, you have access to the social welfare system, so they'll get a certain amount of money. You see, so this is the sort of situation we have where, by having a social welfare system and public health system, we now are incentivizing the rest of Africa to come here. Worse yet, we have a porous border. These people have been able to infiltrate our systems right down to our population register. We don't have any confidence about who is actually South African.
Hey guys, I'll be back.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
So, like, what do you do with a situation like this? Like, what do you do?
You just have to control the border. I mean, it's that simple. It's a practical thing that has to be done, which the government has no capacity to do, essentially.
Yeah.
Because we live in
So
a
you have to
failed
control. Yeah, you have to control the border because it doesn't help deporting people if you know that they'll just, cross the border in 2 weeks' time, and be back in South Africa. You'll just be playing, being exercising futility. So we need to control the border. We need to do something of, something like what Trump did. We need to also copy what Poland did, essentially saying if you dare cross the border, we now have it legally within our system that we have the right to kill you where you stand. It needs to be at that level where people know now that, okay, you can't pull on our heartstrings. South Africa's that sort of country where if they catch you on the border, you're dead. That's a death sentence. We don't have time for admin. We don't have time for human rights. We don't have time for no.
I don't know if you can just
understand that they're going through.
I don't know if I don't know if it's legal to just kill people for crossing a border, but I do think that it shouldn't be that hard to secure a border. It really should.
But Syke, if you can kill someone for coming into your house for trespassing, saying like the United States, right? Why can't you do that with the borders?
Well, I mean, trespassing, I guess. Well,
the principle's the same. It's even worse when it comes.
You're not allowed to kill someone just for trespassing. You actually have to be threatened. You have to. There has to be a threat to life or property. Like,
well, then if that's not the case, then that should be the case, because we don't have time, Syke, to be talking about these lofty moral standards of no, but you need to, because then that's how they get in. If I know that I can go to the border, cross the border, and you cannot kill me, the only thing you can do is ship me back to my country, and all I need to do is just make sure that I'm a bit more, clever
really
about the way I go about coming back.
Powers like that, though, like the killings that happened in Marikana by the police. You don't want to give the government.
I understand, Syke, but at some point we need to have a solution, and I can tell you that the whole approach of like, no, we don't want to give them the powers. That's just you're ceding more ground to people coming in illegally. The more you have all of these, clutching of things, the more you clutch your pearls, about things, and the more these guys go, okay, they're weak. They're weak. It's easy to go in because you know that they can't. Like, what do you think the whole thing of what was the thing that they were saying in the States about migrants in cages and all that stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's at some point you need to be real and say, look, we are not butchering people. The aim is not to butcher people. The aim is to have a real deterrent that will make sure that people do not try their luck. Because what you have now, yeah.
Well, I was just thinking of the issue of refugee status, because that you still are required by international law to accept refugees, and there might be refugees as well. Like
refugees from where?
Sorry?
Refugees from where?
Well, that's the question. But I mean, like, it could be Christian refugees from West Africa or something.
Yeah, that's the whole point. Then they should go to Ghana. They should go to Cameroon. How do you go from? Do you realize that the distance that they cover from, say, Nigeria, right, to South Africa, is like the distance between Lisbon and the capital of Turkey? Or is that Istanbul?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
That's the sort of distance you're having. Like, how? How do you span the entirety of like the entire European continent, you know, and say no? I'm going from Turkey to go and seek asylum in Portugal. That's insane. That's insane. So no, that can't happen. That's not on. And people can't hold you hostage with no, but with whatever sub story they have. Why didn't they tell that sub story to Cameroon? Why didn't they tell that sub story to all of the countries in between, Angola, all of these countries? You know, the point is that they know where they want to go, and if you want to go somewhere, as opposed to I need to go somewhere because I'm, you know, I'm running from people who might be killing me. That's a whole different story. That's now an economic calculation. It's no longer a, you know, survival calculation. So no way. You should be allowed to turn away people who are not South African, and all these people who if you're an asylum seeker, go through the border, come in legally, give us the opportunity to accept you or to reject you. But the fact that they come in via the borders, because they know that if things are run right in that country, we have no right to be there. So no. And worse yet, if you're an asylum seeker, you should be in a camp somewhere. You shouldn't be.
If we had a secure border, we wouldn't need to. I mean, I understand the point that you're making, but that you just need it to end as soon as possible. But if we had a secure border, we wouldn't need to kill people on the border, and that would be a deterrent enough. It would already be a deterrent. If there's no prospect of going to the other side, then people will stop trying. Yeah.
Just even from internally, from our side of things, how can you have such an expansive, you know, government, and also have open borders? How can you tell health practitioners in hospitals that they can't look at what's happening now? People will post videos of South Africans walking into public institutions, public hospitals, saying anyone who doesn't have a passport or other legal documents to state why you're here in South Africa and why you're entitled to getting care from this facility, you should leave. Not saying you shouldn't get any care in South Africa at all. Go have your baby in Mozambique or whatever country you come from. No, they're saying go to a private hospital where you have to pay, where things are run properly, where we know that if you don't pay up, you leave. Right? Essentially trying to incentivize having some sort of price mechanism to this thing. Because if things are free and accessible, what's stopping the rest of Africa from moving here? They'll literally post online and say, oh, did you know that in South Africa, just by having a kid, you'll get this amount of money? You know? Do you know that in South Africa, if the schools are free, we had this whole, scandal at the beginning of the year with the kids who were not finding places, and South African kids not finding places in South African schools because their slots are occupied by foreigners.
Yeah, well, that's the Bella Act's fault that says that you can't ask people for proof of citizenship.
Yeah. Yeah,
I mean, the Bella Act is really
people
crazy.
I don't think you understand, Syed, how angered people are with the ANC. They hate it. They hate it, and I don't know. Like I remember hearing Prince Mashaya is saying that he anticipates the ANC going below. Did he say below the 20s? Or yeah, I think he said below 20s. I was like, no way, surely not. You know. But if I just gauge the sentiment of people around, that's the sort of vibe I'm getting, and I'm in a province that's quite strongly ANC. Like roughly half of the voters here would vote for the ANC. Right? So if I'm getting it here, I can only imagine what Gauteng is like. I can only imagine what KZN is like.
Yeah,
So
without another political party to absorb black votes, it doesn't make a difference. That isn't radical left wing. I'm
because it's
afraid.
just a matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, because it's just a matter of shifting between, ANC 1, 2, and 3. But I know for a fact, I project, this is me speaking just purely from my observations. I would say EFF is probably going to go down. I would say the ANC is going to go down. The MK, I think, is going to gain ground in certain parts of KZN. But if anything happens to Jacob Zuma, then that's a whole different world now. So yeah, I'd say that's what's. And it's a matter of who's going to pick up the rest of the votes. If anything, it's a three-way battle across the country, depending on which place you're at, between the DA, Action SA, and the PA. So I don't know if they're going to cannibalize each other, or if they're all going to gain from the failings of the ANC. We'll have to see. And I don't know if you are keeping up, Psych, with all these protests. Apparently they're planning, because this protest was only in the Eastern Cape. They had one in Durban earlier. Was it earlier this month? Yeah. And then they had one earlier in March, that is. And then they had the one now at the end of March in the Eastern Cape. They're scheduled to have 2 more, one in Pretoria and one in Johannesburg. And if I have my finger on the pulse, those are going to be big. Those are going to be huge.
That'll be.
And it's not just the fact that that they're having that protest. It's the fact that they leave having reinvigorated South Africans, re-inspired them to get up and do something about it. What's happening in the Eastern Cape now? People are going door to door and asking people for permits, proof of why are you here, where are you from, I know that's the same in KZN. People posting videos after the protests in the Eastern Cape, essentially show that the streets were empty, and they're like, this is what our country could be. This is what our country actually is. And instead, we've got, people make. I remember when the G20 was happening.
Yeah.
And people were like so amazed at how clean South Africa could look if people just remove all of the hawkers, and all the rubbish. And they're just like we actually do have, this could work, It's just a matter of political will. It's just a matter of people being willing to do certain things, and I get the sense that people are willing to hold the government's feet to the fire. I think they're going to get hammered in the elections at the end of the year, provided these other parties stay out of scandals, man. Stop provoking, stop pushing for different things. Just steer clear. Best thing that these the likes of the DAs, the likes of other right-wing parties can do is to steer clear of any more scandals. If I were them, I would stop going to the United States to campaign for things. And certainly, if I'm going to do that, I wouldn't make it such a media thing. It's like such a promote it and put it out to the media so much. I just go there in a more
there is
covert
no
way.
political party that is doing anything with America. I mean, it's only Sage Lege and AfriForum that is doing stuff in America. The DA is basically anti-Trump.
No, but the FF Plus is.
Oh, the FF Plus.
Yeah, because I know Corné Mulder came back and he was talking about like the demands, and he spoke about the demands that the US had for South Africa months before it became like an official thing that like is now in the news and stuff like that. But like, yeah. So, because what that does is that it splits the votes, because you have people who would be like, okay, yeah, let's go, let's swing, let's switch, and then you see people going over to the States, and like I say, South Africans have a strong patriotic stripe, and if you go and you speak badly about South Africa, even if it may be true, there's that thing of like, yeah, but why are you putting our country in that light, man?
You see, this is where I think some of your advice or some of your views are like short term. They're too short term, because in the medium term and the long term, that's the only pressure that makes a difference. That's the only pressure that will actually move the needle internally in the country. When people see that, oh, South Africa is actually turning into a pariah. South Africa is a criminal state. South Africa is considered very lowly by the rest of the countries. And so I do think in the long term that is the trajectory that we need.
Do you think what the likes of AfriForum then did in the United States, do you think that shifted Black South Africans away from the ANC or pushed them closer to the ANC net?
Well, in terms of propaganda that you can produce around an issue like that, I don't know. But I mean, that's how pressure builds, is that pressure builds until you break something, and then people realize, oh yes, it becomes a watershed. So, I mean, like, I do think that it does provide the ANC with the patriotic angle in propaganda in order to organize support. So I do agree with you that it's not the best in the short term, but in the medium term and the long term, that is the only pressure that actually matters. Because internal pressure, I mean, white people saying, please don't treat us like we treated you during apartheid, please remove this neo-apartheid, stop genociding us financially, and bring back meritocracy. If white people can say that, and then they say, well, actually, we don't want to hear from you because you might bring back apartheid, so we're just going to ignore you and continue our voting pattern. And whereas the international pressure is the actual thing that reframes all of that stuff and puts it in the correct lighting and says, well, if you're going to continue being hypocrites, because I mean, you were freed from racial oppression and now you are applying racial oppression yourselves. So that kind of shows that, well, actually there was nothing wrong with apartheid if there's nothing wrong with neo-apartheid that you are applying now. I mean, it is contrary to the Constitution, it is contrary to the Freedom Charter, but these people don't care about the Freedom Charter when they're on the other side of freedom.
Correct. So, okay, yes. And I don't think people care about the Constitution the way I think most people are much more pragmatic and, as you say, short,
So, let me
tone
just
in
add
there.
about the Constitution. I do think there is a concerted effort to demoralize people around the Constitution. I do think there is a concerted effort to lower the standing of the Constitution in South African society, because like ever since racialism was brought in, the Constitution has been a joke. I mean, the Constitution has been turned on its head. Like what should have been first generation rights have been contravened. You know, so we don't have the constitutional theory anymore that we have first generation rights, second generation rights, third generation rights. All of that theory has just been thrown out the window.
Yeah.
And so when you do that, I mean, you don't have principles anymore. You don't have a legal grounding anymore. We don't have a legal framework. And so, I mean, we're doing all of, like what I said about Ukraine applies to South Africa. I mean, I honestly believe our sovereignty, we should not have sovereignty as South Africa. South Africa does not deserve sovereignty anymore. We've sacrificed our own sovereignty. When we contravene the supreme law, the Constitution, in order to fulfill some political aim of being racially divisive and dividing the country to making it easier to divide and rule. I mean, if a population goes with that electorally, I mean, they just deserve whatever happens to them. Their country deserves to be balkanized. I mean, South Africa deserves to be broken up already, constitutionally speaking, just to regain the Constitution. I mean, that if I was a clever Western Cape independence person, I would be the champion of the Constitution, and I would say we need to become independent so that we can gain constitutional supremacy back. We need to get the Constitution back in gear, and that's our excuse for driving for independence, is just to regain the Constitution. That to me makes the most sense, and that would also put, I mean, well, that's my wet dream, because I want that. That is the politics that I think we need, of the politics of shame, to shame the black electorates into caring about their hypocrisy. Because I mean, like you can't be a hypocrite and expect good things. It's not going to happen.
And that's where I disagree with you. I think in shaming them, you only play into the propaganda. If anything, it would be much better to be nearly delusionally patriotic, right?
So
and this doesn't mean I'm saying you need to be almost delusional in being patriotic about South Africa. The whole thing of having new flags saying you keep your rundown area, we'll keep our area. The whole thing of like this whole separatism thing, right? It makes like I recently heard that people making calls to remove, what's it called? Is it Section 235 of the Constitution?
Yeah,
that concerns the self-determination thing. Yeah, that basically they want to like address that. And from both sides, it's like you're both playing into each other's hands. The guys on the far left would say, let's get rid of the 235. And that only emboldens the Cape Independence guys, because it's like, okay, yeah.
I do understand your point, and you are, like, pragmatically speaking, you do have half a point. But I do believe that your whole argument is so focused on the short term that if you can't, if you adopt your strategy and you don't win on the short term, you're completely lost. And that's where I think we will end up completely lost, because the ideological battle that I'm describing has to take place. People have to confront the far leftists. And the longer it takes to actually confront and fight the far left ideology, if you just say, well, we're just going to ignore you and we'll just pretend that you're patriotic and that you have this irrational fear, and we'll just placate that situation and try to deal with that situation, like, you're just going to get nowhere, because you're not actually pushing any of the real buttons and dismantling things and changing people's views. You're just going along with them because you think that you can, that you can ANC light them into a better future. But at the end of the day, electoral accountability has to start somewhere. People have to say, well, if the country isn't doing well, it's my fault as a voter. And until you get that kind of logic, until you get that kind of reasoning, you don't even have a functioning democracy.
Yeah.
I mean, I would argue we don't have a liberal democracy anymore. We have a racialist democracy where people vote over racial preferences. So already we've turned democracy into a disgusting food fight that's completely immoral. And because we can say that the winner of the vote gets to impose a moral, unconstitutional legislation. That those are the rules that we're currently playing in. It is so far off base. It is so unhinged. And if that doesn't get a spotlight put onto it, and if that isn't a source of shame, then we can never solve this country's problems, because that shame that should exist instead exists as a kind of confused anxiety, confusion around things, and anxiety around, oh, well, white people are going to bring back apartheid. Let me continually play the victim in my fantasy of the future of this country so that I can continue to vote for people who don't have my best interests at heart, but feed me the right propaganda to be angry at white people and to be fearful of white people. So that's why I'm taking these propaganda points that are currently defeating the electorate. We have to confront them. If we never confront them, we never solve them. And if we continue with this, we're just going to hard bake Black nationalism into the politics of this country, which I do think is worth fighting against. If we don't fight for a civic nationalism, because, I mean, look, against xenophobia, I agree with you. There's a kind of enkindling spirit of a civic nationalism. But as soon as you have white people in the mix, as soon as the politics is about race to do with white people, the problem, I think, really is Black nationalism. And the unwillingness to let go of that racial nationalist, ethno-nationalism is, it's a big problem for our politics, because we have unaccountable politics.
Yeah.
I know. I think that we have to confront it.
And maybe if you could lay out how your long-term vision does not fall into some of the.
Let's say I was the leader of the DA. If I was the leader of the DA, I would tell people, look, if you think the DA is going to bring back apartheid, you've been lied to, you have been deceived, or you are evil. I would let's say that would be my message to the public. That would be my undergirding. That would be my main message that I would be broadcasting.
Maybe not in those words, but essentially that.
Yeah. That would be the core of the message. Just to get us to shifting the Overton window, because if we don't actually focus on the problem of the Overton window in this country of politics, then it's just going to get more and more. Because, I mean, right now the culture war has gotten a free pass. As soon as the hard left starts talking about white privilege, then the DA will talk about, spatial apartheid and how we're dealing with the legacy of spatial apartheid. It's almost like an ideological acquiescence.
Well, what's your solution to that? Because what I'm essentially asking is to help me see beyond the short term into the medium. I can see the long play.
Is that you unsettle people and that you make them angry at you. You have to have enough of the Black population angry at your message and angry at you that they actually focus on you enough that you can win the argument. So the point is that you annoy people and that you anger people until eventually they, when they're in the voting booth, they say, okay, well, is this person actually wrong? and then they give you the reluctant vote. They reluctantly vote for you, or they reluctantly vote in the direction of your argument. They don't necessarily have to vote for you, but they have to not vote for the far left. Like there is no anti-far left ideological argument in our public discourse, also because of the propaganda and the media is so biased. But like if there would be more, we need to get into ideological disputation, because we have a PR system, proportional representation. Proportional representation in voting means that you are voting on ideological lines. But people are voting on delusion, and they're voting on feelings, like they are not voting along the lines of ideology. So even if you win these strange arguments that are like, even if people aren't bought by the strange arguments proposed by the radical leftists, they are still going to end up going with the radical leftists, because the political culture and because of the public discourse is all racked up on their side. So even if they're not convinced by their own arguments, there's no one challenging them. There's no one actually proposing an actual alternative. I mean, like the DA, you almost don't know what you're voting for, because they won't actually argue their ideology, because it will trigger the far leftist, white, racialist, divisive strategy. So, like the DA in the early days actually argued against some of this stuff. They tested it a bit, and then they decided just to go silent. And that silence, I think, is what also you are proposing, to be silent on these issues and just let the water fall off the duck's back, kind of thing. But I don't see that working in the long term. In the long term, you actually feed the ground.
It won't. Yeah, in the long term it won't. But my concern is we can't afford to waste another 5 years of not hammering the ANC into
No, but you have to convince the people. People have to care about the truth, and you have to convince people about what the nature of the truth really is. And we can't give up that task of politics, of real politics. Like, I know real politics is hard because people, look like that they don't want to be persuaded by evidence or persuaded by reason. They just want to be fed whatever emotion they already felt originally, or something like that.
That's my point.
But
that's the point I'm making. Is that I'm actually agreeing with the point that you made last week about how the average South African voter is not sophisticated. That's not to say they're stupid, but like, it takes a level of sophistication to work through these things the way you're saying they need to be worked through. And yeah, I can see that, okay, long term obviously it needs to be more principle based. I just worry that the by ignoring the short term and perhaps even the little bit of the medium, we may actually just be securing the vote of the ANC and its offshoots forever. When I say forever, I mean for the foreseeable future.
I know. I think
Like,
what you're proposing is almost politically cowardly. The idea that you have such little faith in the electorate that they're going to respond to the truth. Like that they won't be able to see the truth, the wood from the trees, and that then they'll just go back to their natural instinct, which is tribalism or black nationalism. Well, if they choose black nationalism over the destruction of their country, essentially, that even though they're destroying their country, they'll still choose black nationalism at least you've told people what their choice is, and then they're consciously choosing. If you're going to choose hypocrisy and black nationalism, then be who you are. I do think people are allowed to have their views, and if their views are so disgusting that is the kind of voter that they are. I mean, we already have political parties that represent that kind of vile attitude. And yeah, I mean, I just think having a clear distinction between the goats and the sheep, you need to divide the goats and the sheep. And you need to divide the goats from the goats as well. I mean,
Yeah, that's the thing, because you have, I think I would say, right, I know people don't agree, but I would say that South Africans have a very clear view of what the likes of the EFF stand for, and they don't stand for it because it's not South African in terms of ethos, The problem is with the guys in between. The problem is with your MKs, your ANCs, That's where the real problem is. It's shifting that vote. It's getting those guys to go, okay, let's try something else. And I know I'm partial to what Prince is saying. I understand it as short term, but I see it as a necessary evil to move to elbow out the strongest part of the Black nationalist freedom charter guys and usher in a new era. And then from there, that's when that's when you have the room to have the debate, to have the principles, because then people are like, we've clearly abandoned this fort that is the ANC. Now we need to find somewhere else to set up base. And that's when people will be ready to have the nuance, the detailed, principled discussions. I get, like, in a perfect world, like, it would be great to have people think rationally, vote rationally, think long term. But that's simply not how voters, certainly voters in this country, behave. And I don't think you can change their behavior in 5-10 years. Not by giving them a textbook.
We are doomed to fail then. We without doing the work of real politics, we are definitely doomed to fail. The idea that you're going to trick the electorate into being rational by sugarcoating some option for them to pick, by appealing to their passions and their baser instincts. I mean, I don't think that's sustainable. And it's just going to lead to a more poisonous polity in the future. It's just going to lead to more serious long-term dysfunction.
Could you draw, for the sake of me understanding, right? Could you draw a parallel between this and the MAGA movement in the States? Because I feel that
the what in the States?
Trump's movement, Make America Great Again. I believe that he did essentially what I'm advocating for. Elbowed out the neo conservatives and managed to pull in enough from the left to create his own umbrella, which pulled him back into the presidency with having Biden in between. And I'm saying we don't even need to wait for Biden to come through. We just need to give a Trump a chance. And once that happens, then then you have people.
Well, that Trump, something like Trump, is what the DA should have become, or is something that the DA should have sort of channeled. But in our version of South Africa,
what would that look like? What would that look like? What would
No, it looks like exactly as you've planned out is that you have to focus on the immigration issue, and you have to, because that's a unifying message. That's a civic nationalist message, that we need a secure border, and that we have good things here that we need to conserve, so that you can create a whole edifice on that kind of basis. I mean, what you're saying should be plugged into Prince Mashele's political project, or his political party. I don't know what it's called.
Yeah.
But I mean, like,
I suppose he's trying to go for something like what Rising Antilles was supposed to be, but then obviously they went off the rails. And I think he's trying to do it on
He's basically just radical leftist.
Yeah, I was shocked to hear some of the positions that what's his name? Songas or Xavier, right? I think that was his name.
Yeah.
And man, I was like, what, bro? Like, in some cases, you sound even worse than the ANC.
Half of it.
And then compared to, like, because I used to watch the Business Day, and comparing that to this, it's like, what? And it kind of makes things bleak. It's like, if people can turn like that, your Mashavas as well did that.
So I was shocked yesterday. Mashaba, I saw, was releasing something on IEE, which I don't know what it stands for, but it's basically a non-racial version of Black economic empowerment. And I was very surprised because he kept on saying that he demanded that Black economic empowerment remain and all that stuff. So it's just amazing how the flip-flopping of Mashaba, I mean, is just, he's trying to be everything to everyone, I think. Doesn't have a backbone.
And that just makes, But I know he has quite a strong presence in the West Rand, and I suppose parts of the northern northwest. Wait, I don't know. It's like, but something needs to give. Something needs to give. We can't have.
I would be very interesting to see the waves that Prince Mashele's political party makes waves. How the messaging, the kind of messaging, because I think he would be more provocative, or I imagine.
It would have to be anti-immigration. That would have to be his main ticket, and then it's just from there. Like if someone were to ask me, what does he stand for outside of being anti-immigrant, I can't even name a thing.
Well, you should be pro-meritocracy.
For him, I can't name anything for him. Any position that I think he might hold, I wouldn't be surprised if he just flip-flopped on it within a week. So that's his major weakness. EFF, we know. ANC, we know. And then there's no other big player besides the DA. All I know is that it's very difficult to expect people to jump from heavily pro-Black politics into heavily meritocratic, non-racial politics without some transition. And for that to take place, it would actually require either a major cataclysmic political event, or the solution I'm proposing, the sort of bridge.
Well, that sounds like we're already confident. I mean, because you're basically saying that the racialism that was injected into us in around 2008,
Yeah.
that has just now become, it's just taken for granted. It's like mother's milk. It's the bog standard.
It's not even the racialism. It's more of the people being so sick and tired of being poor, you know, and them just, I don't know. It's like, I don't know. I think it would take quite the
I
leap.
guess the problem here as well is just that there is a lot of white resentment, because there is a lot of white resentment for not having your children in the same country as you anymore, you know, basically. Like that there is no future for white people in this country. So there is a huge amount of just like
you mean resentment from white people?
yes.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. And just the whole setup of this, you know, is that, you know, like racial persecution used to have a negative valence, but, you know, for black people in this country, it's fine, you know, like it's tolerable. It's not I mean, just that mismatch, that dehuman. I mean, that is fundamentally dehumanization, which I would argue is the same dehumanization which is in the genocide watch, you know, sort of level of stages and things like that. And when you get to that level of dehumanization, then you can argue that we don't have a country. I mean, when the Constitutional Court judges allowed the racialist legislation basically go invalidated. It should have been invalidated, and they didn't do their job as judges. And they excused it via the democracy. They said, well, the democracy endorses this measure of transformation. Who are we as judges to disagree with it? So when they racialized our democracy like that, they poisoned the democracy, and they poisoned, it turned it's a kind of like a quiet civil war. And that schism either eventuates into a balkanization, or it eventuates into it being fixed. And so I just think it needs to be fixed as soon as possible, because you can't have an economy functioning that when you're embroiled in a civil war that destroys meritocracy. I don't know. It's insoluble. So if you say that we have to continue with that as the moral basis of our state, and pretend that the state is not illegitimate, pretend that the state has not ceded its sovereignty, because I really do believe South Africa is not a sovereign country. I pray for Trump to come and invade South Africa. I know it's not going to happen, but I mean, like, that to me is not beyond the pale. That to me is perfectly acceptable. And if it would piss off a lot of black
what would that look like?
I don't care, because we'll just have an independent Western Cape, and then we'll be saved, and we won't have to put up with this continuing threat to total destruction. Like, why should we have to, just because 80% of the population is deluded in thinking that apartheid is going to come back, therefore they can justify their racial persecution? You know, the level of hypocrisy is just so palpable as well. It's disgusting. It's morally reprehensible. And I'm pissed off that there are marches on this issue.
Psych. I think it's not fair, right, to call people who've been mired in poverty since, I don't even know, right, and whose lives have not changed for, well, they just haven't, and they've voted for, they've fought for liberation, voted for a party which have promised to change their lives, and their lives have, for the most part, not changed, right?
Well, I would say their lives didn't improve until 2008, and then when we started with the racialist bullshit, everything collapsed, or slow motion train wreck. from 2008.
Yeah.
So I mean, they voted a certain
Yeah,
way. Their lives got better.
I know it did, but another thing that needs to be taken into context, right? Sorry, because it got somewhat better, but like what's the saying? The lies, damn lies, and statistics.
Yeah.
You had. I agree. There was a lower unemployment rate until say 2007, 2008, right? It was improving. But then that begs the question: who was working? How much were they getting? How material was their improvement, the improvement of their lives? Because I can tell you, there are loads of people who were unemployed from the 90s right through the 2000s, working, supposedly working jobs, but like not able to sustain a family. You see, now I understand that progress is better than like nothing better than what we've had for the last 15 years. Going on 20 years now.
Well, I mean, I would
But I'm trying to understand what would motivate someone to vote against what was happening between, say, 2004 and 2007. Right? Because that was growth. That was serious growth. You see, and for people to vote that out I'm sure one of the big factors was obviously the HIV thing. It's just I was young at the time, so I can't even get a real sense of what people felt like.
Well, the problem is just that the ANC didn't have very good plans for succession, and Zuma was deserving of the next seat, and he just wasn't a sophisticated statesman, and he sold the country away essentially. But
So you're saying at that moment, what South Africans have done in the very next election was to say, we're listening to what you're saying. It doesn't jive with what we actually feel we should have voted for. Like, we're going to vote for another party in, say, 2009.
so I don't know if I understand your question exactly. So you're saying,
I'm saying, do you really think it was a realistic prospect to have black people who had just come out of apartheid about 15 years before that to vote for another party? Given all the context I've given to you, this is not like you try to frame it as, I understand coming from your perspective, right? Why you would see it that way, and why you like that's where you anchored at. But entertain me for a second, just right.
yeah,
Forget the notion that that black people just want to take from white people, that black people just want to get revenge or whatever.
well, I don't even know if that was in the manifesto. Not that anyone reads the manifesto of the ANC.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. This is exactly what I'm saying.
But I'm not complaining. I'm not trying to time travel to 2009 and have relitigate the election of 2000. I'm not trying to relitigate the election of 2009. I'm just talking about today. I'm saying today, from 2009, we know the mistakes that have been made. Well, no, we actually don't know. We don't have a consensus over the mistakes that were made. We haven't had political discourse about that. We don't have open political discourse about that issue because we have a biased media. So I mean, I would love to protest about the biased media and then talk about, let's say the real stories that are undergirding the fundamental schism of the state. I think that should be protest action, and movements should be done on that to try and get some kind of change.
That's Isaac. I have a very different read. I think there's a strong part of Black people who have their anger towards poverty and unemployment misdirected towards white people. I think
Yeah,
that's
I
what you
was going
said,
to say that
right?
this is maybe a function of just living in an unequal society, or a society with a high
Yes.
Gini coefficient.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
it might
obviously.
not be you might not be capable of having a decent political. I mean, that's another argument for balkanization. That you just, that maybe the Eastern Cape does need to be its own country. Maybe the KwaZulu-Natal does need to be its own country. And then the
But the
urban
inequality is
cities
not
will generally
between
mostly-
provinces per se. It's within.
Sorry?
The inequality is not like, it's not like the inequality that's being contested is between Cape Town versus Gauteng. It's not like it's being contested between, say, Mpumalanga and the Eastern Cape. The inequality that's causing the issues that you're talking about is between Mpumalanga and Camps Bay. That's the inequality. You see, so cutting off the rest of South Africa doesn't solve the fact that you still have, Wailanga, and you've got Camps Bay, you've got Alexandra, you've got Sandton.
No, but I mean, if the Western Cape will peacefully homogenize, it just the migration within South Africa, if that were stopped, the Western Cape
What will
would
happen?
eventually
What will happen
normalize.
to the populations that are there as is, both Black and colored people? Do you reckon it will just stay?
No, I think a lot of Black people would leave if there was secession. But a lot of people would stay, obviously. And as I said, I think the situation would normalize and people would start to develop.
Is there any realistic path to secession? Really?
Yeah, there are a few. They involve international pressure.
So without international pressure, there's no realistic.
No, but there is
Yeah.
likelihood that maybe not the next American presidential candidate, because maybe I don't know if the Democrats are going to win again at some point. But
Yeah.
the next time that there is a Republican president, I will project that they will be very anti-South Africa, and that they might even look to have a naval base on Africa. So, like it geostrategically, it makes a lot of sense if America would team up with an independent Western Cape, because I mean, it's not as if the ANC or even the MK are pro-American; they're very pro-Russian. So,
Yeah.
geopolitically, it makes sense.
Why the emphasis on taking Cape Town as opposed to, say, in Namibia or something like that?
Cape Town is where the two oceans meet.
So it's purely for trade routes. That's the main thing.
Yeah, we control the corridor between, what is it, the Atlantic,
The east and the west. Yeah. Yeah. Even Europe as well.
Look, I mean, I don't want the country to balkanize, but these are problems that seem like they are potentially insoluble problems. Because if people are so envious of rich people and that they don't want to build, they don't want to make anything, they don't want to make progress, they just want to be helicoptered because they're so envious of the people who are already established.
Do you
the
think?
apartheid
No,
beneficiaries.
I don't think. I don't think the average black person wants to earn grants forever. If that's the thought you have in your head that they just liquidate the white people, pay me money. If that's the sort of thing you've got in your head, then no. Because you need to understand these are
Yeah,
people who
but they're
want to
not
have
willing to
dignity.
defend
They want
that
to have.
view with their votes. They're not willing. That view that you just expressed to me is not a voting preference that they will actually defend.
Yeah, this goes back. We're kind of running in circles now because it goes back to the whole point of. Because I acknowledge that. Well, most black people do acknowledge that the likes of the DA are better at governing, but they don't want to vote for it. Not as is. Not as is. The optics are what's killing the DA. It's the optics.
I would argue it's the
If
pride of the black electorate, which they don't have enough pride and they have
no,
too much pride.
they don't have enough pride and have too much pride. Could you explain?
Well, I mean,
Too much pride because they think they too proud to admit that they were wrong about the ANC and all of the policies, because that's
they
not the
have too
case.
much pride to vote for a non-racialist party. They have to see a party that reflects black nationalism. Otherwise, they're just not interested.
It's not pride. It's like you miss your. It's not pride. I think what's died your views is you listening to people the likes of the EFF who speak like they're proud, and you think that represents the sentiments of black people. No.
I am familiar that the EFF is doesn't the emotional argument of the EFF I realize doesn't take root that well in black South Africans. Like it culturally is alien to them. That kind of ideology, that kind of fascist ideology, quite frankly,
Yeah.
it doesn't exactly meld with their views.
Right.
But you said yourself they don't like the DA or they won't vote for the DA. I mean, that to me seems like a pride issue.
It's not pride. Sorry, it's not. I keep telling you, it's not pride. It's fear. They're not saying I wouldn't vote for a white person because or for whatever twisted reason I think they're beneath me, or I think I'm above them, or I think it's beneath me to admit that the ANC is wrong. Voting for them would be an admission that black people got it wrong. Black people don't resonate with the ANC. The ANC doesn't represent black people. They're not. If anything, they hate the ANC because people think they represent black people. They think the sentiment is that the ANC has done a huge disservice to the black image. Black is now associated with incompetence. Black is now associated with theft. Black is now
That's
associated
why I say they don't have enough pride, because if they had more pride, then maybe they would just vote them out, or vote out that block of ineffective government.
I think that would be way more accurate to say that they have so little pride that they don't even have that thing that says, okay, as a bare minimum, we are not voting for these guys, right? But I think that's what you're seeing in them voting for the MK, right? That's that pride, but it's not strong enough to say vote for something like actually different on policy. Don't just vote on personality. Don't just vote because it's not the ANC. Vote because it's actually something that's heading in the sort of direction you'd want the country to go. And I don't know what needs to be done. Like I don't know what to say, man. I don't even know what to like how to convince these sorts of people. But what I know is education and and career prospects track well with not voting for the ANC. That I know for a fact. If you walk into any middle class suburb and you look at their voting, I'd actually like to see what middle class suburbs in like the likes of Soweto and all these places look like. Because I wouldn't be surprised if the DA has some wars there. You know, so yeah, it's a tough one, Si. It's a tough one. It actually successfully made me more bleak. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. But I mean, you know what made me very bleak is I heard this story that the DA stopped canvassing for votes in like places like Soweto because supposedly it promotes the ANC vote more than it promotes the DA vote. It like reminds people to vote, but then they end up getting more people voting for the ANC. Like the vote for the DA does go up. I mean, you see that's the kind of long-term, short-term thing. I think you should continue proselytizing. You should continue promoting the DA, and then like eventually, people will continue that voting pattern, even without the canvassing. Perhaps that eventually, in the long term, you win that way. But there has to be some risk. You see, I don't see your whole don't take any risks. Don't take any risks. The situation is too dire. It's too sensitive. We can't get into people's psychology. We can't work through their issues. We mustn't have. I'm just afraid that in the long term we end up in a political straitjacket where we can't challenge holy cows, and then you just end up in a worse situation.
I hear it. It's fair. I mean, honestly, maybe
countries if we had a coup, if we had a Pinochet, we just need a Pinochet.
We one of the two, a coup or Trump coming around. Because I can tell you, if Trump were to park his navy around around South Africa, it would become very apparent to even the most apathetic voter that the actions of the ANC have very real consequences. But does Trump want to put himself in that sort of quagmire again?
No. I mean, it's not going to happen, but it's a nice dream.
It's one thing to do it for Iran. It's very different to do it for South Africa. How do you sell that to your base? It's going to be like, okay, we heard you on Iran. We really hated that because you promised no more wars. You moved into Iran, but at least there you had the case of like, nuclear weapons. We say that they are, global sponsors of terrorism, etc., etc., etc. What about South Africa? So we kind of have to pull ourselves out of the situation ourselves, because there's no way anyone's coming to save us. There's no way.
Yeah. I mean, it's just terrible that how much time we're wasting. We've wasted 15 years. Now we're going to waste more time.
That's what's scary. That's what's scary. And the scariest part about it is when you start to think of the born frees, right? The people who were born in '94, and where are they now? The vast majority of them are probably unemployed. Apathetic, sort of like doom and gloom, and rightfully so, but nevertheless, that's the situation. It's like, I'm just thinking about them, and it's just like 10 years have gone. They got to matric, got out of matric. A sliver of them went to university, got out of university, unemployed, without any real prospects. They're like, what, in their mid-30s, early 30s to mid-30s, somewhere there, or late 20s. These are the people you're talking about. And it's like, yeah, it's bleak, man. It's bleak. Very, very bleak. Very, very bleak. I think, yeah, I guess we have to see what happens in the local elections. We have to see what happens there, because if that doesn't change anything, man.
Yeah, I mean, it all depends on what is it called? Swane.
Yeah, Tanya.
Will Helen Zille win? That's the whole thing.
She's going for Johannesburg.
Oh, Johannesburg.
Yeah, Johannesburg. Tanya is, I believe, Celia Brink, and then Ekurhuleni, I can't remember who they've got for that. Yeah. So if they can get, yeah, if they just need to smash it, man. They need to smash it. They need to be so convincing that no one ever thinks about anything close to that again. It's just, how do you translate that into jobs without, becoming another ANC that just uses money that should be going for maintenance and funneling it into jobs? I guess your best bet is to go for the most easily fixed and highest impact infrastructure. Go for that. Hope that simulates sufficient investment spending, and then go from there. Because Gauteng needs a turnaround. Your South Africa as a whole needs a turnaround, and you can't afford to waste another 5-10 years dithering, buffering, waiting for. Yeah, I don't know if you saw Ramaphosa coming out with another round of investment pledges that aren't going to materialize, aren't going to change any prospects for jobs, aren't going to improve the lives of the average person. Just words and a piece of
amount of businesses
on a whiteboard. Yeah, and that too. You see the fact that so many businesses have closed to the point where it's actually like, one asks that the extent of load shedding being solved. How much of that is due to just the sheer number of businesses that have been closed? And we're like in this vicious cycle now where where people have to charge more for less. And it's like, how are they, listening to like the minister, or Khonsens, or what's his name? I forget his name. Ramaphosa, the one of electricity. How they're saying they plan to stabilize. They've never gone to the specifics of how they plan to stabilize the price. It's like, how are they going to stabilize the price when you've got a shrinking pool of payers? It's essentially a mirror image of what's happening with the tax situation. How are you going to stabilize prices if the people who pay into the system are shrinking, and the number of people who pull from it are ever expanding, and they don't pay? Yeah. It's just,
White guilt.
I know.
You need to get rid of the white guilt to make this
Psychos,
better.
Psychos managed to make me bleak, like majorly bleak.
Oh shit! Damn it! Okay, well maybe that's an important step. Maybe Emmanuel, you need to facilitate the helping of the alleviation of white guilt from a Black man.
Well,
Your
I don't
future
know if
is
white
like-
guilt is our problem. I mean, it is complicit to the problems, maybe, but
Well, I mean, feminism is destroying your country. Fire all the women out of the government, and all the men that believe women should be there. All of them.
see, we have the OG leftism to deal with. We don't just have feminism. We have proper leftism. You know, like not
Yeah.
like your woke democratic socialists. We're talking about like communists.
Yeah, hardcore.
Does the
Trained.
hardcore leftists believe women should be voting and be in politics?
Yes, of course.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but it goes far beyond that, because I have like the clause into labor, into tax, into the border, into everything. You know, you can hardly escape them. And as soon as you show signs of life, you're being taxed. Revenue collector aside, tax collector recently boasted about collecting a record level of tax, obviously slightly higher than the last record. And it's just like, how is that a good thing when when businesses are dying, people are sinking further and further into poverty and unemployment, and you are boasting about extracting more from fewer people? Which means that the average person is forking out a lot more than what they would have, say, 10, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
It's just like,
And all I can say is that the moral I mean, I've always wanted to make this political argument as a political leader or something like that, is that the moral corruption is the state corruption, and the moral corruption really sits with the people. Like the people should be
let's
perturbed
sit with black people.
Yeah,
Let's sit with black people, because honestly, they're the ones who are voting for it. Honestly.
Can I ask I've been thinking about this from a psychological perspective, because I think all these crazy bitches are crazy bitches by choice. And I think your moral argument, I think morally, all these crazy bitches are corrupt because they choose to lie, cheat, and steal. All those three things, they all do. Why isn't the psychology field, because they're responsible for people's mental health, why aren't they focusing on morality at all?
well, I mean, in some sense, when you treat narcissism, you are treating morality to some degree. And I do think, well, the problem is with cluster B personality type disorders, there's not much you can do, because borderline personality disorder can be spontaneously cured, but narcissism, supposedly there is no cure. There's no success rate for people who used to be narcissists. So they just get made, or they get enculturated into narcissism, and then you're left with that, and you're screwed. But
Well, because these people are then allowed to freely move around society, where the enablers keep perpetuating it.
yeah, I mean, to tell you, without something, what are they called? Like without the we used to institutionalize women. Like if they because they were actually properly regarded as vectors of social contagion.
Yes.
These are people who can affect society, and so they were collected in, I can't remember what they were called.
Asylums.
But sorry.
Asylums.
Yes, they were asylums, but they had a name that it was like a female asylum for hysteria, or the word hysteria was somehow, I can't remember what they're called, but let's look it up. But female asylum.
Yeah, we need crazy bitch boot camp en masse. Not letting people understand how spiritual that is.
Yeah, I mean, I actually think the only real antidote is Christianity to some degree. Like female, because you see, like, to be like Christ and to take the world's sin on your shoulders and to like confront things and forgive them, like you end up with a personal capacity to sort of pull up your bootstraps and blame yourself for everything, and therefore you can always make progress. You can always, because if you blame is the source of power. If you blame yourself, you are empowered to change things. And so taking responsibility onto yourself.
What about Revelations, Jesus? That's different. That's different than the guy who let the fucking Jews murder him and torture him, right? That's a different Jesus.
I know what's happening in Revelations is very different, though. I mean, like, Revelations is a dream; it has to be interpreted.
Uh-huh.
I mean, there are lots of creatures and beasts, and
demons,
the whore of Babylon, and
yes,
weird
the feminist
creatures.
cult. But what is Revelations Jesus? What were his actions?
Well, I mean, it's not really. It's more about how you become like Jesus, because and like God. It's about godliness, because I mean, right at the start of Revelations are all the promises from the seven churches about how you will be rewarded in accordance with each church being properly faithful and doing the work of essentially the purification of the soul to some degree, or the overcoming of sin. And I mean, this is contextualized in a kind of in a world where, I mean, like in the one church where you're being persecuted, it says, sort of stay strong, and like even as you're in prison for months, and
For a year.
There's long suffering. There's a description of long suffering right there, and so I mean, like, it's. In Revelations, you don't get out of jail free card, and and there is the one in the throne does the judging with the tongue with the double-edged sword, which has got this this beautiful imagery, because a double-edged sword cuts both ways. So the sword of the tongue, the truth of the tongue can cut, but does it cut back? Like against you. And so it's the sense of proportion and evenness. But I don't know. There are beautiful metaphors there in Revelation. But
And so I have 3 days off coming up. Sai, can we do a stream specifically about Revelations and dive into some of that?
we
One of these
can.
days?
I mean, I don't know what we're going to get out of it, because that's very religious. I mean, it's more religious than it is about the world. It's more about Christ consciousness, I would argue.
Yeah. Well, right now we live in a world of antichrist consciousness, so I think it's necessary. Feminism is antichrist.
But yeah, I mean, it's the spiritual brotherhood that is I know it is quite gory in Revelations, because it for example, the Babylon the Great is made up of mortar and blood, and it's made out of the blood of the saints in the rocks that make up the city.
Yes.
And so it just shows you that essentially, you know, how the world works is it runs on the blood of the saints, essentially. Like how anything works, it's redirected spiritual energy that has been stolen from real belief and from, you know, so you get this kind of this disorganization that comes about from sin. Because the problem is that people don't actually really desire the things that they really desire. It's all just illusory. Or this is why, like Babylon the Great, or the whore of Babylon has written on her forehead, you know, sort of mystery and blasphemy, and you know, the mother of harlots and the queen of something. But like all of this, I don't know. Well,
no, I agree with you that Christianity might save this, right? People have to be more Christ-like, but not the martyrs that we have in our society, full of fucking white guilt that want to do all the things and there's, you know, just so that they can have something to complain about, but and forgive all the evildoers. Like, I feel like it's more Revelations. Jesus.
There was such good Christian people that recently died. I was at the same time that Charlie Kirk died. There were these Christian pastors that died in America, and they were amazing because they were on point. They were attacking identity politics. They called it racial Gnosticism. You know, like where people would create this whole mythology around their race and about, you know, the things that were historically stolen from them. You know, that allows you to imagine what you would have been if you weren't interfered with by the beastly aspect of the world. So you get this real sense that you are a beast that gets imprinted on in that ideology, in that racial Gnosticism. You are marked by your ancestry in such a way. There is a kind of blank slateism in Christianity that I think even lends itself to liberalism to some degree. But yeah, all these political themes are maybe worth picking over. But I don't know if Revelation's such a huge topic, because I mean that is the path to God. I mean, Revelation that's what it is. It's the revelation of God. I mean, at the end of Revelation, you're supposed to end up in the New Jerusalem, which is, by the way, not a real place. Like, the New Jerusalem is literally in dark. Like, it is illuminated by the light of the Lamb, but it's in the dark. It's a spiritual light. So, you know, it even says in the scripture that this New Jerusalem that has at the center of it the Garden of Eden. Like, this is all described in Revelations, but
Psych, I'm gonna need reparations.
oh,
Real talk.
knew
Yeah,
this was
man.
coming.
Oh man. Okay, got an idea for reparations. Psych, give me your most positive outlook. If everything went well, what would that look like? The process and the outcome.
I'm not sure what Prince Mashele is really going to do. I mean, is it guaranteed that he's going to make a party, or is he still looking into the feasibility of it?
Still looking into the feasibility and trying to get funding. He said it won't be this year. It will be a thing that will contest the 2029 elections. So who knows what the landscape will look like by then.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, reparations. What's your most positive scenario? Process of getting there and the outcome. I'm talking
Well, there has to
delusional.
be another political party. We need a right-leaning or centrist right political party that has the views that you describe, like on immigration.
Yeah. Man,
Yeah,
I just wish there was something that was like FF Plus, but just was able to pull black voters away from the ANC and offer an actual alternative and not just another ANC.
But it seems to me that like people want there to be a too simple solution. You know, like they expect politics to do something that politics can't really do. And so because of that fundamental misuse, we're just going to continually be prone to derail.
Positive. Let's go positive. The most delusional thing you have in your head.
You know, if you look at what the outside world has done to South Africa, we have really gotten every positive thing that we could have gotten. We got Obama. Have you revisited Obama's speech? No. Revisit Obama's speech that he gave on Mandela Day.
No.
You should watch that.
This is when he was in the South Africa.
Yeah, when Obama came to South Africa to give a speech.
Yeah. Yeah. It's difficult for me to remember it now. It was like so long ago now.
It was very right wing. It was very pro capitalism.
Yeah. And he got hammered, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, he was called a bit of a hypocrite because there was like, that's not how you ruled in America. You know, like that's not, because he kind of he unsettled racial, divisive racial politics was kind of his thing in America. And then when he came to South Africa, he gave a speech on the opposite, which was, I think, quite profound. His speech, I think, was very profound. It's probably worth listening to again because it probably, because he's talking from the American perspective, about how you need to have the free market to really develop.
Yeah.
But that's the kind of influence that I'm afraid we need. And
right. And if we get it, we can change the world. All right. Like I don't know if GM it has dropped out. I need to run.
Okay, man. Well, thank you for the chat. I'm sorry I depressed you. I was hoping that you would change my mind.
Yeah, it's
I think you are right about the immigration thing. I do wish the DA would be more anti-immigrant.
Yeah, even if it's just for like the sake of getting whatever votes they need, just yeah. But let's see. let's see. I still believe that we'll see some. We'll be see some change. Whether it will be significant enough to actually change things on the national level, we'll have to see. I'm tired of coalition drama, instability, nothing really, because that's a waste of time, as you were saying earlier. If you have like 5 years of unstable coalition governments, not really achieving much, Um,
I
sort of
do
like
think
the
politics
UK,
needs to change in the sense that the DA needs to stop going after things by itself. It needs to depend on coalition partners, and it needs to try to even allow, like, I mean, I was going to say, like, because no one is going to win outright by themselves. You have to win as a
Yeah.
coalition. Therefore, there's no point in trying to eat everybody else's lunch. It's really like that hasn't sunk into the DA, I think. Because, I mean, who knows what's going to happen in the Western Cape? The Western Cape is going to probably get challenged by the PA, which is going to be problematic because you can't have a coalition with the PA, or it's just not going to happen because they won't offer a coalition. But the VF Plus, are probably safe coalition partners, but then just not very big. But you need a black coalition partner. But yeah, and you need to, especially the national election, you need to go about it as a team sport. I think, that you're not just doing it. Well, you are trying to maximize your vote share by yourself, but there's no point in cutting in on all your partners.
Yeah, I just want to find.
I do think if you start playing politics like a team sport, you can have much more ideological politics, and you can be more persuasive to people because you can cater to them. And at the end of the day, the DA is in a bit of a schism because it's never challenged the culture war, and it still has a lot of woke inside of it. So it's got both inside of it, and that's very problematic, I think, because it paralyzes the party from really being able to dismantle and go after the black identitarian stuff, which I do think it probably should go after.
It needs a purge, honestly. And what's sad about its politics is that it does lend itself to wokeness, to being infiltrated by the wokies. So yeah.
Anyway, man.
Yeah, we need something to break the paralysis. We need something to break. MK did it in a way, but we need something to really shift the Overton window. If the issue is going to be immigration, so be it. Because all these other issues are way more medium long term. You can't flip your position on unemployment in a day. And even if you do, say, change all of your policies on labor, it will take time to materialize. Whereas you can make some serious short-term gains with issues like immigration. If you can get that sorted, and just to be clear to everyone, the position that the vast majority of South Africans hold is that no one hates immigrants. We have no problem. It's just controlled number, have them all arrive legally with the proper documentation, all that stuff, and all's good. Yeah. All right, so thanks for the convo. Hopefully let's hope there's some developments that occur. Hopefully we see something, I wish the elections were something like maybe a week away.
Yeah, the suspense is not nice.
It's not nice, man. And it's like anything can happen between now and then. 6 months is a long time, let alone like 9, or 8
Yeah, the
now.
ANC hasn't started canvassing yet, so that'll be interesting.
Yeah, and they'll definitely roll out their, racial scandal propaganda. I was actually trying. I wanted to say this to GM. We don't have so much of a white guilt thing. We have more of a black guilt problem, where you guilted into voting for the ANC. If you don't, you are, a traitor.
Mm-hmm.
So
No, it's here too. But that's just
yeah.
what your experience is. That's the fear mongering and emotional terrorism that's happening in your group.
But I can say this with the fact that anyone voting for the ANC now is actually an ANC voter. That whole guilt thing is essentially gone, because the generations that actually felt that are in their at like minimum 50s. Because if you think about it, like someone who was 20 in 1996 would have been 18 in 1994, which is when we got our first democratic election, which would make them this year 50. So it would have to be someone older than 50 who would actually truly feel that sort of, allegiance to the ANC. So that essentially their support base has aged out. Now they're faced with people who were either born around that time, or who were just getting into their adulthood. So yeah, those are the guys who are saying, I've lived my entire life under the ANC, effectively, and I've yet to see anything of substance be achieved by the ANC. And those guys are not happy. And those guys don't feel any blind, don't have any blind allegiance to the ANC. So that's what I'm banking on. But geez, man, Psyche, you killed my optimism. Oh man.
Well, I have
It's
to go
bleak,
to
but yeah.
work. You guys continue as long as you wish.
No, we're actually about to close out as well. So
Okay. Well,
yeah.
Psych, Tuesday. I'm off Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. Tuesday morning, my time. I've been getting up at 4 now again. So can we discuss Revelations?
That sounds okay. Yeah. The stream is being a bit choppy for me. I don't know if I'm coming through all right.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, you're good. Okay. So we should close on this note that the first stage of Emmanuel's ideological infection has been hammered, and now he's feeling bleak. He's no longer living in the positive realm.
Oh yeah.
No, what's in the private chat? Oh, it's frozen. Oh, it's still frozen? Uh-oh. Looks like Sykes frozen.
What's frozen? Sykes frozen. Oh, okay.
I think he's having internet
Oh
issues.
no. Yeah, it's on his side. It's perfect on my side.
Mine too.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to go work in converting this Soviet-style death camp into crazy bitch boot camp. So My little interventions over the past year are about to come. Yeah. I've been having, man, I
if the
wanted
United
to talk to
States
you
can
about
fix
these.
up, man.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Well, but you know what? Going back to what we were talking about earlier, the hand that rocks the cradle, it's going to take more women speaking out. It's take more women saying the things. And there's a lot more women saying the things currently. And even in my environment, my little bubble, the crazy bitches are puppeting me now. So I had one yesterday because I said something and she's like, oh my God, I'm so glad you said that. I've been saying that for a while now. And I'm like, she literally forgot
Oh yeah.
that it initially came from me. I can tell you about it later. I wanted to tell you about it, but yeah, no, it's so funny. It's so funny.
Very
So,
impressionable.
well, yeah. I mean, women do what women do. that's the. I mean, people learn by modeling, but
Yeah.
women are social creatures, so they're going to go where they think the safety is. For the longest time, it's been the tyrannical matriarchy because they have had the men gagged and with their hands tied behind their backs and castrated. And so they've been going with the sisterhood, but I'm changing the sisterhood. So yeah.
All right.
All right. Well, thank you guys
Right.
very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Most welcome.
And thanks everybody in the chat. And we'll chat later. I'm gonna end this now. Poor Psyche, he's all choppy on his end.